More of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
All right, our friends at Precision bring us our final thought today. LT, tell us about Precision.
Yeah, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Brown will tell you the story and set up this sound bite here. It includes the clip from SEC baseball tournament, but we're basically going to do foul or not, okay?
Yeah.
Did he cross the line or not?
So it's basically a transfer catcher for Arkansas who came in from Kansas State after the SEC tournament, said you kind of got to wear blinders, no social media. It's not always easy to be a player here. He basically said there are a lot of fans that say a lot of crappy things, and they're not great fans. There are good fans, but there are a lot of not great fans, and it's not easy to be a player here. So Derek Ruskin, who I think played for a minute at Arkansas, maybe it was a walk-on or something like that, on his radio show said this in reaction to those comments.
Michael Turner is a fifth-year graduate guy from Kent State. He's a stupid ass, okay? The catcher for the Arkansas Razorbacks. All right, listen to this guy. Listen to the question and the answer, okay?
You guys haven't gone through a stretch like what you're in right now all year. Can you put your finger on what's happening?
Not really, man. We're just trying to keep the circle tight and cut out a lot of the outside noise. It's not always that easy to play here. There's a lot of people that are fans, good fans. Some aren't so great fans. And if you read Twitter after the game, it can get in your mind a little bit. So we're just trying to keep the circle tight and keep moving forward.
Okay, first of all, you're not a Razorback. You've been here once. You're a rental player, and you've sucked. So thanks for nothing, first of all. Secondly, as a rental player, you do not get to come in here and criticize this fan base, you stupid ass. Not a chance. The question was about what's wrong with the team, and you used the entire answer to take a swing at this fan base? You're a disgrace, Michael Turner. You're a disgrace. You should not get to wear that uniform again. What a loser. You know why they're losing? Because you're a loser, and you're the catcher. You're in charge of this whole thing on the infield. You're a loser and a disgrace, and you can't get out of this program soon enough.
Hit That Line podcast network, wow. ESPN Arkansas. Over the line?
Yeah, well, first of all, he shouldn't have answered it like that. He shouldn't have taken a shot at the fan base.
Yeah, there's truth on both sides.
Yeah,
of this.
there is, but that guy is just too over the top. I mean, I and
he made it personal.
Yeah, he
made
really
that
did,
very
calling
personal.
him a loser, and you don't deserve to wear the uniform.
Yeah,
you got to be more professional than that.
Yeah. Suspended from ESPN Arkansas Radio. We'll see when he comes back.
Yeah, he's taking some time away. So I think he thought the fans were going to back him on this, and the fans have not.
Well, there was a way he could have gotten away with taking shots and saying, look, man, you came to this program 1 year.
Yeah, don't make it as personal as you did. I think that was where Ruskin crossed the line. The player, I'm with Lance, he crossed the line on... He saw an opportunity to say what was on his mind, but he had probably taken some heat on Twitter.
Eddie says, I'd say a bit over the top.
Which one?
TJ says, this is over college baseball. In my opinion, it's maybe the fourth most important sport behind college football, college basketball, and college softball.
It's big in Arkansas, though. They support that program up there.
Kevin goes, what am I listening to? Another Jimbo Fisher press conference? All right, more from SEC meetings when we rejoin you live coming up on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go now, another live show on the Next Round platform. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all here today. Hope you guys are ready to sit back, talk a little SEC football and what went on at SEC meetings and everything with the NBA Finals and a lot more in the National Football League. But first, we love money. We love money on this show. I don't know if you know this about us, but we are capitalists. To exclamation point capitalists. We're those kind of people.
Do I need to read it live before we do this?
We got 3 sponsors in this segment we'll tell you about. We are capitalists on this show. So I admire people that sometimes chase money. And we will start.
Chase money, though, that's a negative connotation.
Not if you catch it. Not if you catch it. If you catch money when you're chasing it, is not negative at all.
I was just showing Brown. There was a New Jersey dude that was pulled over in Trustful this past weekend. I don't know if you saw this.
I did not.
And he had 74 pounds of weed on him. So he's got a $1.5 million bond. So my point there is he was chasing money.
Yeah,
he was chasing money.
Yep.
He didn't catch it, though.
No.
They caught him.
Hoarding.
Huh?
Or he was hoarding.
Oh, you think he was just holding? Look, this is my buddy's weed.
74 pounds of weed.
He was worried about the supply chain. I am going to take care of this myself.
That was medicinal, probably personal use.
Best eyesight in Trustful.
No doubt.
I will tell you this, though. What Dustin Johnson is doing is going to rock the boat for a lot of people, a lot of traditionalists. A generational divide, if you will. We'll talk about generational divides a lot in the show today. I am the oldest guy on the show, but I sort of admire what DJ is doing here. There is money, there is fame, there's tradition, all that blended together. He is chasing the money and going to this Saudi tour and playing that London event, and you tell me he's going to get, like, they're backing up trucks to unload all the money he's going to get.
Obviously, this is, there have been no official reports of what the money is, but there are unconfirmed reports that he's getting as much as $100 million just to do this. He's by far and away their biggest name. Now, they've got Mickelson. Mickelson was not announced in the initial announcement, but almost everybody, it was not a full 48. They said they were going to have 48 team field, I think, or 48-man field, I think 41 or 42 in the announcement yesterday. So there's still some room to add guys, and almost everybody thinks they'll announce Mickelson before this thing starts. I don't know why they didn't do it yesterday. But Dustin Johnson, even with Mickelson, is the best player in the game right now that they've got. I mean, this guy is number 13 in the world. He was number 1 in the world as early as last year. Now, obviously, Mickelson won a major last year.
And he's a threat to win any major event.
No doubt. I mean, no doubt. I haven't looked at the U.S. Open odds, but I'm sure Dustin Johnson's probably in the top 10 guys of U.S. Open odds coming up. So this is a massive get for them. On top of the fact that just back in February, he released a statement saying, I'm a PGA Tour guy,
Committed to the tour.
I'm committed to the tour. And his tune never really publicly changed until he got to the PGA Championship a couple of weeks ago and started, when he was asked about it, started talking about, hey, look, competition's good. A rising tide lifts all ships. There's no, the PGA Tour is great, but hey, having a competitive league, all that. And now he's gone.
Yeah.
And may never play on the tour again. A lot of people don't think that can hold up in court, but it's probably going to have to go to court.
I think what happens here is back in February when the statement was, quote, I feel like it is now time to put such speculation to rest. I'm fully committed to the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
Now, close your eyes.
That's February.
Yeah, February. So DJ hasn't played well this year.
But he's still 13th in the world.
Still 13th in the world, but he's dropped.
Yeah.
So he probably looks at this, $255 million over 8 events. He probably had one of these sit-downs. Hey, just hear us out. They sit down with him. I'm just looking at his net worth. You guys want to guess?
I'm going to say
this is pre-Saudi meeting.
Pre-Saudi meeting. I'm going to say it's $75 million.
I think that's a touch high. I'll go 45.
It's $50 million.
50, yeah.
So right in between you guys. So, hey, we'll double your net worth just to come play with us.
One check.
Yeah.
One wire from our bank, and you've doubled your net worth.
You can play awful golf. It doesn't matter. We just need
your name. That's
he
right.
and Paulina, who have dated for a long, long time.
They look like spenders.
And have children. But, yes, they're always on a yacht.
Yeah.
And
those are expensive.
They are now officially married. She's allergic to clothes. They like to have a good time. I could see him just playing in these 12 events and saying, I don't care about anything else. I'm going to party. We're going to enjoy life. I'll spend the Saudis' money, and that's what we're going to do. You read that statement. His statement in February reminds me of a guy who once said, I'll go ahead and say it. I'm not going to be the coach at Alabama. He says,
even deeper, Brown, before you
I'm not
comment,
going to play in the Live Tour.
On the other side of I'm fully committed on the PGA Tour, quote, I'm grateful for the opportunity to play on the best tour in the world and for all it has provided for me and my family, end quote.
Which is a lot. That $50 million.
Yeah, but this isn't kidding anybody, right? I mean, the PGA Tour is still going to be the best tour in the world.
It is, yes. I don't think anybody pretends that this is going to overtake the PGA Tour anytime soon. Maybe one day.
This is like, nobody confuses what goes on in great dancing halls in New York on Broadway and the Rockefeller Center around the world, the Rockettes. The best dancing in the world is not Dancing with the Stars. That's a made-for-TV money grab for a lot of people, and that's what the Live Tour is. It's Dancing with the Stars.
It is, but it's not. Dancing with the Stars is not funded by what is viewed to be a governmental regime that is brutal, and that's what this is all about.
So you think because it's Saudi blood money? Wait, no, I'm just saying.
Don't make this the you're saying.
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying that if this was, if this was funded by Tim Cook and Apple.
Tim Cook and Apple. All right. If Apple says we want our own golf league,
the PGA Tour would be equally as upset. There's no doubt about
that.
Let's not paint the PGA Tour like they're some great, flag waving Americans. They're worried about their own money.
No,
here.
there's no doubt about that. My point would be, if Tim Cook and Apple had launched this, or Jeff Bezos and Amazon had said, we want our own golf league because we need content for Amazon Prime. By the way, I'm back on Night Sky. I just got to see how it turns out. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah. But I mean, I get sucked in and then think, God, this is no good. And then I keep watching and then I get sucked back in.
It's a good part of having all these streaming services. You can jump back anytime. And
I say I'm done with it and they end with a cliffhanger and I'm like,
I want you to finish your point, but I want to know where we can actually watch the event in London.
I don't know that. I'd love to tell you, Lance. I've tried to find it because I'd like to watch it, but I don't know that they've got a TV
anything about television ratings.
Well, I mean, the natural place will be the Golf Channel, but then the Golf Channel is in a really tricky situation.
They're owned by the PGA Tour, aren't they?
No, but they have a massive contract with the PGA
Back to the blood money. Is there a possibility
they're owned by NBC.
That it seems like they don't really care about making money on this thing?
Who?
I mean, how are they going to make money?
That's what a lot of people are saying, is that this is all about trying to whitewash your image.
Yeah, we're laundering this money through.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people are concerned with. My point was going to be, if Amazon said, we need content because Night Sky ain't cutting it for us. We need content. We're just going to launch a golf league because that's great content for us. Guys would be flooding from the PGA Tour for that if they were offering the same types of money and guarantees. One of the reasons guys aren't doing this is because they don't want to have to answer these questions. You've seen how quickly Greg Norman has gotten tripped up in having to answer these questions and in a lot of ways ruined his image. And Dustin Johnson's going to be the same way. And I don't know if you've ever watched a Dustin Johnson interview. He doesn't strike me as a deep thinker, right? I think...
No.
Yeah, I think Dustin Johnson thinks with his balls. Golf and others.
What?
Golf.
Oh, okay,
balls,
sorry.
Rockstar, and others. And I think that's kind of the way Dustin lives. And he's often said he's got a really small inner circle, and that's all he cares about.
Yep.
He doesn't care about what you think, and Rockstar thinks, and I think he cares about what the people in that inner circle
You know what
think.
he almost reminds me of, but not nearly as personable, is John Daly. And the career might go down like that. Because Daly was a great player that just had his demons.
There's no doubt.
2-time major winner.
That's right.
Dustin Johnson,
two-time
major winner.
Yep.
And if he disappears to this live tour and just is a money grab, we might look back and this was a John Daly situation.
Yep. So, I mean, there are so many questions about this. And Lance asked the key one. How can I watch it? I mean, I would not mind watching this just to see what it looks like.
Everybody in our chat room says, don't worry about it. Tommy Firestick will hook us up.
That's true.
Yeah,
they got to have cameras.
Again, I got to see the first 10 minutes of Maverick.
They got to have cameras there.
Gaston says, will Paulina have to wear a headscarf while in Saudi Arabia for any of these events? Charles fires back.
She can't drive at the event either.
Charles fires back. If that's all she's wearing, I'm good with it. That's probably, if it's mandated, that's probably all she would wear.
You didn't say I'd have other clothes.
Yeah, her wardrobe does not fly with their beliefs.
No. She shows a little more skin than they're comfortable with.
By the way, Roxar, I don't think she's driven in years.
Yeah, I bet she doesn't know how to crank a car. You just press this button.
I can't drive an automatic.
Susan, one of our great female listeners, chasing money is different than selling your soul. She sees it as selling your soul.
There is, and I want to go back to something you've said because there is a line there.
Oh, don't paint this as something you said.
No, it is something you said.
What is it?
I also have to bring up, you've got owners in sports right now that probably have ties that we don't even know about.
There's no doubt.
Who was the owner forever with the Nets from Russia?
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, and Donald Sterling was apparently an awful human being, is the way it was painted. And guys were taking his money, and now they eventually ran him out of the league. But
so I'm just saying, look, I mean, you can play naive, and I mean, you don't want to do a deep dive on a lot of this stuff to begin with.
Yeah, there are a lot of people.
Do you think there's an owner right now in sports that's had somebody killed?
An owner in all of sports?
Yep. I would guarantee it.
Oh, guarantee. Let's do a poll question. I don't know what people would say.
Because, I mean, you think about different things, like it could be, one of their, I'll use a Succession storyline.
Okay.
Kid gets in a wreck, kills a kid. They actually pay to cover up. But in that situation, you could pay to have a witness wiped out. Somebody that's extorting money from you. There's just a lot of different things.
All right, everybody write the owner you think did it on the whiteboard, and we'll hold it up.
I mean, Dunaway, do you think an owner in sports has had somebody killed?
Throughout the history of America,
I'm talking
yes.
about right now. I'm talking about a current owner right now in we'll go 4 major leagues. We'll go NHL, Major League Baseball, NBA, NFL.
See, I don't know who all the NHL owners are.
You got over 100 owners. I think one of them's had somebody killed.
I know the Glazers of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have not. They're too tight with their money. We can't re-sign Ndamukong Suh. We go cheap with Akeem Hicks.
One thing I have learned,
they would not spend any extra money to off anybody.
One thing I've learned in the last calendar year is that the owner of my favorite franchise is willing to play in the gray area.
Yeah,
now, I don't know that Stephen Ross has had anybody killed. I'm not suggesting that, I do know that Stephen is willing to bend the rules just a little bit.
Most popular suggestion already is Jerry Jones, and Jerry Jones.
I mean.
Come on, no.
Jerry,
just because he talks like us and wears a hat and carries a gun doesn't mean he killed anybody.
Apparently fathered children.
I don't watch it anymore, but John Dutton from Yellowstone, he's had a lot of men killed.
Just taking him to the train station, LT.
Yeah.
You read into that what you want.
Yeah. Right,
so the takeaway from this, if you're just in, Dustin Johnson going against what the PGA Tour has advised, and he is going to play in the first, are we saying LIV? LIV. We'll call it the Saudi League. We won't sports wash it for you. He's going to go play with the Saudis in London for that event, and it's opposite of a big event that you say is against his sponsorship.
Well, no, he had his main sponsor is RBC Bank,
Canadian money.
Which is the Canadian bank, and they sponsor a lot of guys on tour. And one of the benefits of that is they also sponsor the Canadian Open, and those guys have felt obligated to play in the Canadian Open. Obviously, I mean if RBC is writing you millions of dollars of checks, you're going to play in their tournament, right? This tournament goes head-to-head with that one. And they've already been marketing that he's in the tournament. I mean, he's the big guy. He's in their TV commercials.
Well, one of the reasons I brought up that he's...
So that you got to assume that money's done. And basically their statement last night was, we wish Dustin well. So you tell me that money's done.
But one of the reasons I brought up that he was struggling earlier before he had that sit-down is he probably realizes with this $255 million pot, he can probably print money.
Oh, there's no doubt.
When you start to look at this field. I mean, he is going to be the most dominant guy out there.
There's no question. Nobody, even the PGA Tour commissioner, Jay Monahan, would not say he can make more money on the PGA Tour than this one. Nobody's going to make that argument.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a stupid argument.
The pots are bigger than anything on the PGA Tour.
I think the winner of this first event's taking home $8 million $8 million.
Yeah.
I think the Masters winner this year, I think Scotty Scheffler got 2.5 to 3 to win the Masters.
And not to mention DJ is getting the upfront money of $100+ million.
Yeah, there's nobody making that argument. All right, let's do this because I want to come back to something you said. I want to ask you a question about something you said.
Okay, a lot of people we got to thank on this show today, including our friends at Odie's, who are getting ready for a special Wednesday night.
Yeah, Rockstar. Wednesday night is
T to the R to the I to the V to the I to the A trivia.
Team Trivia. Me, Rocky, Will Haver will take stage about 8 o'clock. Make sure you come out there a little early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light. We're going to be out there at the Birmingham Institution. Odie's Team Trivia tonight, 8 o'clock, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
And also, thank you to the University of Montevallo, proud sponsor of the next round. Also a great place for your son or daughter to call home. Check out Montevallo and get an in-person tour at montevallo.edu. Great class sizes and a lot more. It's montevallo.edu. Find out why your son or daughter belongs at Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Brownie, what did I say, man?
Well, I just want to go back to be abundantly clear. You're like, hey, I'm cool with Dustin Johnson, just chasing the money. I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying here.
I'm not sure I used the word cool.
Okay.
I said I'm a capitalist.
He's a capitalist. He's a capitalist.
They're putting money out there.
I think you said you respect that he's...
I may have said the word respect.
Okay.
I'm regretting that. I'm regretting that now.
Just tell me how you feel about it. How do you feel about him chasing the money?
Dustin Johnson is chasing the money. I'm okay with him chasing the money. If they're putting the money out there, he can go get it.
All right. But this, and this may end up in court, but there is a really good chance that he is sacrificing playing in any major to do this.
Oh, it will go to court.
Which is how you are judged historically.
It will go to court and he will win. In our country, it'll go to court and he will win.
Yeah, but how long will it take him to win? Dustin, I think, is 43.
Oh, I mean, it's another reason why LT brought up why he's chasing the money here. His career is about to start going down. Right,
I mean,
he can make a lot more money.
He was number one in the world just last year.
He's only 38.
Only 38.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I don't.
So he's got good golf.
He's got good golf left. But my point is,
but they're not going to keep him out of the British Open, are they?
Oh, well, that has not been determined yet. I would not. It wouldn't shock me. Why would you say they're not going to do that?
I'm just wondering. It's a different. It's not the PGA Tour. It's the Royal.
Well, the PGA
whatever.
Tour runs none of the majors, so this is not up to the PGA Tour.
That's right.
This is up to.
They only run the PGA Championship.
No, they do not.
They don't even run that.
No, the PGA of America runs that, not the PGA Tour.
There you go.
But all these bodies are going to rule on it. Like the U.S. Open has said today. The USGA has said today. Look, we're an open championship. We've been open to everyone, but that doesn't mean that there aren't certain things, basically they've said we're going to reevaluate this. So there's a chance the U.S. Open comes out and says no. There's a chance the British says no.
They're hypocritical then.
In what way?
It's open to everybody. I can go and take my golf bag out to Bent Brook and play my way to the U.S. Open, but now all of a sudden because I'm playing in somebody else's league, I can't play in it?
That's what they're saying.
So it's not open to everybody.
Well, and I'm also wondering about the exemptions. Like, a Masters champion gets an exemption for a lifetime.
But the Masters controls those exemptions, too. They can come back and say, until you did that, you got it.
Well, the Masters are very different. That's a private, that's a very tight-knit club.
The Royal and Ancient Club, that sounds pretty tight-knit, doesn't it? That's what runs the British Open.
Those are universal exemptions. I mean, that's part of the history.
Yeah, but they control the exemption, too. They can come back and say you're no longer exempt.
But see, that's where the hypocrisy starts, right? That's where, we're going to say, we don't want, because of this Saudi money, we don't want to associate with them. But help me on our U.S. history. Do we have airfields in Saudi Arabia that we use to land planes so we can attack if we need to places of the world?
By the way, how many people through the years of Augusta have had people killed?
Yeah, I mean, just
Lance is on the tail.
No, I mean, it's part of it. People disappear every day.
What'd you watch last night on streaming? Something dark.
Watching Mad Men. I'm back. I'm watching Mad Men for the second time ever.
But I'm not. I thought about starting that last night. My wife and I are looking for anything we can watch together now that This Is Us is over, and I can't find anything.
I'm not sure.
Good time in the world, man. Back in the '60s.
Yeah,
not for everybody. I don't. I'm not arguing whether it's hypocritical or not, but if you're risking that, you're okay with that to say, look, this is what golfers historically are judged on as being great, and there's a chance by doing this you're never going to play in it again.
He's a two-time champion, and as I said to start with, he seems to care more about being on a party boat with his wife Paulina and his friends than he does playing golf.
I feel like you would kill other athletes for doing this, like guys that are still in pretty close to their prime. Like, I mean, Russell Wilson. Hang on. If Russell Wilson, if the USFL had said, Let me tell you what. To make this work, we need a big name. Russell, will you come quarterback the Birmingham Stallions? We'll pay you
$100 million?
$100 million to quarterback the. But you would say, God, how's he going to give up on winning another Super Bowl to go quarterback in the USFL? In a trailer in a mud puddle.
No. I grew up in a era. That's what leagues did. The original USFL. They paid Steve Young. They paid.
Yeah, but Steve Young wasn't in the NFL.
Herschel Walker.
Those guys were coming from college to pros, and they were competing. There's no competition. Nobody argues that the USFL and the NFL are on equal footing. Nobody makes that argument.
Yeah, not now, but back then.
I know
in
they
the
were
era I
back
grew up
then.
in, so I'm okay with chasing money.
Huh?
I've always.
So you would not have criticized Russell Wilson at all for taking $100 million.
Russell Wilson
to go
has
play
a
USFL.
Super Bowl championship.
All right, let me think of one.
If Charles Barkley in his playing days had left the NBA to go to a startup league, I'd have been like, God, Charles is never going to be an NBA champion.
Now, this might be an over-the-top, obvious example with these guys taking what you might deem blood money. But don't you think we've all been involved with blood money at some time? I mean, think about all the exports we get from China.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah, you think about anybody listening that's ever bought a dime bag of weed and how that might go back to the cartel. I'm just saying. You're giving money to somebody. I'm
the
just
cartel.
saying.
I would take the example if they have like, we're going to have, we want the next round to participate. We're doing we're all going to pay you a lot of money, but it's the Jerry Sandusky golf tournament.
No, God no.
Yeah, well, I draw the line there.
Yeah. You draw the line there. Well, I'm saying like
that's literally my line to the sand there.
Here's a better example. If the Live Golf Invitational said, look, we want you to wipe out all your sponsors, and we're going to pay you guys $5 million a year to be your title sponsor, we're going to sign a 5-year deal.
5? It needs to be 10.
You got to chase that money down away.
10. It needs to be 10.
That's when people start talking, right?
We can get 10 out of them, I think.
This is always, and I know we got to get a Wimp. This is always fascinating.
And another commercial, since they're not giving us $5 million.
Everybody's got a price, is what it
This is always
down to.
fascinating, though, where we draw lines.
Yep.
Like, as soon as Rockstar made it about Jerry Sandusky, we were all like, nope.
Yep.
But that's my point. That's my point. We're drawing a line with the Saudis here.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm not. I'm just saying people are. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it can be a gray area.
Yeah, I'm stunned that Dustin Johnson did it. I am.
Yeah. I was getting to, as Chris says, Larry Zonka left the Super Bowl champions to go to the World Football League because of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. The AFL, people left the NFL to go to the AFL because of money.
That's
Joe
right.
Namath chose the Jets over the St. Louis Cardinals because of money.
Those were competitive leagues. Those were competitive leagues. They're not now. NFL and USFL are nowhere close to competitive.
They're not. I mean, the World Football League was nowhere close to the NFL.
You think the Live Golf Invitational Series would pay cash in advance?
I think that's how they're operating, yes.
Yeah, there's
literal cash.
DJ, before they made this announcement, probably wanted to see some money in that bank account before all
I'm
this.
sure there was a suitcase or a duffel bag that showed up.
That name did not show up on the list till the wire cleared. Trust me.
All right, Dustin Johnson, flipping the world upside down when it comes to the golf and just big modern sports. Dustin Johnson is the modern day Herschel Walker, says Gaston. Charles was never an NBA champ regardless. Well, he wasn't, but he stayed and played and tried to be one. That's my point, Gary. If he'd left early and gone to, I guess the ABA was done by then, gone to a different league, he would have been leaving that behind. A lot to get to with the SEC meetings. Here's what's coming up, brought to you by our friends at Michelson. We'll talk to Wimp Sanderson next. Later, Jesse Simonton will join us from down in Miramar Beach on the Gulf Coast, and he'll join us and talk to us about the SEC meetings. All that is coming up, and that's a look ahead brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, you're wasting money. Trust me, I did it for years. I finally went in, got the procedure done. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. You've got nothing to lose to set up that hassle-free consultation. Michelson Laser Vision, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make the call today, 969-8100, or online for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143, or mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Developing news are being told about Clay Travis being ejected from a Little League game last night.
That's next level.
LT says it's an 8-minute rant. That, by the way, is the longest ejection ever. We'll get into that in a little bit.
Just real quick, Clay did tweet out, I got kicked out of a Little League game this weekend after the worst umpire call in Little League history.
Well, it wasn't his son's team, was it? No way.
No, at least he's not backing down. Yep. We'll get into that later in the show. Maybe we'll pull some of the video and audio from Clay's feed there. part of the show, including our conversation with Wimp, being brought to you by our friends at Craneworks.
That's right. Don't forget the RentalWorks division of Craneworks, part of craneworks.com. They bring you the coach every week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
Let me apologize for butting in on all those darn commercials. I'll apologize for that. Some people like my show. I don't think you guys like it.
Comes in fire.
Yeah. So, Coach, I think we've had you on.
If they paid y'all $100 per word that you spoke, Ryan Brown you other two guys would starve to death. Ryan Brown would do all the friggin' talking.
My wife says the same thing.
If it's $100 a word, you guys would be in the poor hat.
Well, as long, if he'd share it, we'd be good with it.
Trust me, if it's $100 a word, we'd be choking each other out to get the most words. Yeah. How are you today, Coach?
We can talk about the schedule in football.
Well, why are you so mad? Why are you coming in so pissy?
We can talk about the tour of Dustin Johnson. We can talk.
Well, let's start there. What do you think of Dustin Johnson taking the money?
I'm surprised, but he's the kind of guy that I don't. He's a little bit off the wall. Doesn't say much. Kind of a little bit difficult to get to interview. Doesn't have any excuses. Just kind of I'm by myself kind of guy. With his girlfriend, wife now, kids. So it surprised me. I didn't know that. I don't know what that's going to lead to. I don't know it's going to lead to much, but it did surprise me. I agree. Yeah.
But do you this is where people are going to take sides on this. I mean, Brown heard reports that he's getting a guaranteed $100 million just to be part of the tour. Before he even swings a club. I mean, do you fault a guy for taking $100 million?
Well, no, I don't know that this means he's going to play in all 8 times. He can play this one time. He still can go back to the PGA, can't he?
Well, Coach, the PGA Tour has not spoken on this yet, and from what I've read, there are reports that they're about to release their stance on this. And what I've read is whatever they say their stance is, those penalties will not be handed down until they actually hit a shot on the tour. Like just committing, they can't really penalize them until they actually play.
Yeah. Well, I just think that we'll wait and see, but I don't know that means he's going to play on all 8 times. But if he plays the one time, they're going to have to make a commitment, not a commitment, but say something the PGA is whether it can continue to do that. If they say okay, then there may be more in place since Dustin's kind of led the way. Phil has not announced that he's going to play at all.
It'd be a tough choice to make, though, if they came to Wimp Sanderson and said, hey, for the 2024 Olympics, we'd love you to coach the Saudi men's basketball team, get them to the Olympics. Here's $100 million.
Okay, what kind of players we got? I'll take the money.
I love the honesty.
I got to have some players.
Well, you can buy some with that.
$100 million. I know you never like saying you bought players, but it'd be good to buy some right now, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. I would buy me a bunch of them. Right. NIL would go a long way. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Eli Holstein. Going to Alabama is a great catch for Alabama. Would it run off Manning? I'd say yes.
Why? Don't you think it's an indication they thought they weren't getting him anyway?
Probably, and he'll go to Georgia because the offensive line at Texas doesn't block anybody.
I would say that. I wouldn't say he's automatic going to Georgia.
Okay.
I didn't
ask you to say it.
Yeah.
I just said it.
You don't have to agree with
I'd leave the door open for Texas.
Okay, that's fine.
Now that they're coming to the SEC.
Yeah, they don't block anybody.
Yeah. No, Arch isn't there yet. By the time he gets there, he may bring 5 linemen with him.
All right. Do y'all have some questions to ask me? Anything you want to talk about with me, or you want to cut me off?
No, we'd love to ask you some questions.
Or you can just ask us questions.
If you are an SEC football coach today, and you as a basketball coach, you went to these spring meetings and you were presented a lot of different types of scheduling over the years.
Yep.
Right now, are you okay if you're an SEC football coach moving to 9 conference games? Nick even hinted 9's not enough. He still wants 10 games. But
I would stay if I was at Vanderbilt, Mississippi State, I'd stay with 8. If I was the Alabamas or the Georgias, probably go to 9. The 8 tells you that you only have one common opponent each, and the Alabamas would be Auburn. You have 7 other teams that rotate.
Right.
If you go to the 9, you have 3 that you play, and you keep those 3 permanently. We won't argue about what those 3 might be, and then the other 6 would rotate.
But for people who've never gone to these meetings, Wimp, the coaches, they ask your opinion, but do you guys really have any power? Do you guys just vote and you discuss?
They'll come up with at least what they're feeling. Now, if you go with 8, your chances of the Vanderbilts and Mississippi States getting non-conference wins are much better. Give them 6 wins, gives them a chance to go to a bowl, and that's the big key there to the 8. You get to play somebody they can beat if they can't beat other people. If you go to the 9, and those teams like that will be 88 and out the gate. The 9 is better for the fans because it's a better game for the fans, but 8 is also important to some of the coaches who are coaching in both East and West.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Ultimately the SEC, would you agree, Coach, in football, there's a handful of games they absolutely have to protect, and this has to come into all these discussions. I mean, you can't give up the Iron Bowl and the cocktail party and the Egg Bowl and all of that. I mean, you start with those games, don't you?
Well, you protect only one team, one game, and you got to decide if you're going to go down to the one game. We can sit here easy. We say Alabama plays Auburn, and Texas A&M plays Texas.
Yeah, but in doing that, you lose Texas, Oklahoma. You lose Auburn, Georgia. I mean, those are good. Those are good games we want to see as fans. So that's why. I have no idea how the vote will go, but there will be some. There will be more people, some coaches that will vote for the 8. They just think they have a better chance of keeping their jobs and doing what they're doing. So I don't know. I have no idea. So I'm not going to get on here and tell you all one way or the other because I don't know the answer to that. But rotating schedule is pretty interesting. Of course, they have in basketball, which doesn't really matter now. They have 5 that they do that with. And that means 10 of the 18 games are played against those 10 teams.
Coach, the other or one of the other big stories, obviously the feud between Jimbo Fisher and Nick Saban. I can only imagine how awkward it is between those two when they first glanced at each other. Right. Take us back in the day. Was there ever, before social media, was there a feud between a couple of basketball coaches that we never knew about?
Well, I guess probably Dale Brown always had a feud with him about something because he accused Richard Williams paying $25,000 for a guy that Richard didn't get.
It was a bad investment.
Dale got him. I forget his name, but he's a real great player. But anyway, we had and yesterday, Jimbo is sort of the spokesman was supposed to be this year. They put a guy there, so he set away from that. But I thought that was something. What you do is you go alphabetical order: Alabama, Auburn, Arkansas, and all the way down the line. That's the way you seat them. But he was moved across from everybody because of he's supposed to be the guy that's sort of in charge of things. So. There was a lot of arguing, the stuff that they won't talk about when they get out on a individual basis to talk to the media, and there was a lot of laughter about stuff that came up and is coming up. The problem that you have with the transfer portal, and this is that you end up with a guy that you pay for. Hey, he doesn't play very good. You're still paying him money. He ain't playing worth a hoot. The head coach doesn't call him in, but the assistant coach calls him in and says, "Look, Jack, we're going to put you in the transfer portal. You're not playing." So that happens for the assistant coach, and so that guy that you paid for was not what you thought he was, and we miss him recruiting all the time. And then there's the next guy who comes up and says, "Crap, I play better than anybody on offensive line, defensive line. I'm the best lineman here." And y'all not giving me anything. I'm going to put my name in the transfer portal. So you have it two ways of it, if you understand that. That's good talk there.
I do. Hey, tonight the match. Will you watch Rodgers and Brady versus Mahomes and Allen tonight on TNT?
That's tonight?
Yeah, I think
tonight? So. I didn't know it.
That's good. They've publicized this well then. Either I'm wrong or you guys are off the loop. I think it's tonight. TNT coverage starts at 5:30.
Is it on your viewing menu, Rocky?
No, but it is on. I didn't put it on. I think it's on, TNT or USA, something like that.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady versus Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. I didn't think the odds for a hole-in-one were very high. In Vegas, you bet on this. 100 to 1 is betting odds that somebody gets a hole-in-one.
Yeah, well, I would doubt that. But Memorial starts today, and tomorrow it's going to be a big deal.
Yeah. Well, Wimp is not watching that tonight. Yeah. Was the answer to your question.
I may watch it. 2 basketball players have left out. The Sharp kid Kentucky, who's going to really make them good. He's staying in the NBA, and the Williams kid, who's not anywhere close ready for the NBA, said he's staying on. And that's the case with Williams, where a agent has gotten to him as they do now.
Yeah, you were talking about the end of the NBA draft deadline is tonight as well. So some people are staying, some people are going, and should be interesting to see if anybody else pops out of that thing. Well, man, how's your golf game these days? You hitting them well?
I couldn't play dead in a cowboy movie. I can't play a lick, but it's okay. I'm still kicking, and that's not still kicking because I had a bad fall yesterday, but I'm okay.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that, Coach.
Yeah, I'm all right. It's just one of those things. But it's I can't play, but I love to play, and when you play golf and you don't play well, you watch who you play with.
Yeah.
And if you play with guys who play like you, because the one thing about me, I play fast.
Mm-hmm.
I don't putt for sixes. I'm 88 and out the gate. I mean, I play fast, and so the guys that play well, they don't really mind playing with me because they know I ain't gonna hold them up. So that's big. Anyway, I told you all I know.
All right. Well, the Coach Wimp Sanderson, presented each week by our friends at the Rental Works division at Crane Works, Coach.
Well, David Upton, I appreciate Crane Works having me on, and Rental Works is terrific. Whether you have an at-home project coming up or a corporate construction job, you need to check out Rental Works. They're the very best. It's their division of Crane Works, and you can get on craneworks.com and look at anything you need to find out. They're great people, and I appreciate them having me on. Y'all have a good day, and I will talk to you next Wednesday.
All right. Love you, Coach.
Oh, love you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's the Coach Wimp Sanderson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you'd like to get the mortgage right from this crazy housing market right now, Mortgage Right can do that for you.
Yeah, Mortgage Right will put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
So 100-1 odds for a hole-in-one by somebody tonight, Brown. That doesn't seem like that big of a bet. I would want it to be more like 1,000-1 odds. What is the chance of a hole-in-one tonight?
I don't know. I don't know if any of these guys are any good.
Also,
I don't know. What do you want me to say, Jim?
I
have zero interest in this.
Zero interest in this. Another betting thing on this tonight.
I'll go a stake on either side.
I know but another thing is 3.5 balls in the water. Another thing you can bet on tonight.
I would take the over there.
I would take the over.
How much water's on the course?
I don't know. They're playing in Vegas. There may be no water on the course.
You're going to want to look into that before you bet a stake.
All right. We'll continue the conversation with things going on at the SEC meetings and a lot more stuff out there. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll send out some poll questions in a second.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan, they have been with us since day one, and they are proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. They would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Cowan.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment, or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Don't forget, you got more action happening tonight in the National Hockey League before the NBA playoffs crank back up. NBA finals start tomorrow. Eastern Conference finals tonight. That is the Lightning and the Rangers from Madison Square Garden, 7 o'clock on ESPN. Last night, the Avalanche took a 1-0 lead over the Oilers, 8-6. 14 goals, the most goals in a game in the conference finals or Stanley Cup finals ever in the history of hockey.
In your series with those Russian goalies, it'll be 2-1, 1-0.
Yep.
It'll be the complete opposite of what you've got in the Western Conference.
I turned that thing on. It was 6-4. Colorado leading. And I'm like, oh, good. I'm going to stick around and watch the tail end of this thing. And there were like 14 minutes to go in the second period.
No, helped out.
How's it 6-4?
Helped out by Colorado losing their star goalie with an injury. We'll see how serious it is. It could impact the whole playoffs because the Avalanche are the betting favorites to win the entire Stanley Cup right now. But game one in the East tonight, NBA Finals go tomorrow night, 8 o'clock on ABC with the Celtics and the Warriors battling there. We'll get to the SEC meetings and that discussion after LT tells us about our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to call the team at Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team there. I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
All right, Brown, you had something you wanted to bring up here.
A couple things from the SEC meetings, I am told. Number one, you guys asked yesterday, do Texas and Oklahoma have representatives? And the official stance on the SEC is only voting members are present for the votes. I am told, however, that there are representatives from Texas and Oklahoma that are there to have input when schedule is discussed.
Yeah, I was reading a story on Saturday Down South and others that were saying the same thing, which surprised me that they actually have representatives there.
It makes sense, though. I mean, when you're talking about future schedules, you would want their input, right? I mean, they're coming to the league. They're going to be a league member just like Alabama and Auburn. You know, why would they not at least have some input on, like, hey, this is important to us that Texas and Oklahoma play? Or,
that's right, especially if that scheduling is not really going to take effect until we're in the league.
Yeah.
I would want to, and that's why I brought it up yesterday, is I would want to have a voice in that if I'm coming to the league.
And apparently that voice does exist. They may not be there to vote on anything at all, but they're at least there to have some input.
I pictured it being Puerto Rico sitting in the Senate hall, watching everything, but really not having a vote.
The other thing is that as we talked about with Wimp, the 9-game with 3 permanent opponents is the way this is going to end up. But it is probably not going to be that way coming out of the Destin meetings. But it is the way Greg Sankey wants. And they are going to talk about it until it gets there.
Well, my question is, who doesn't want it that way? Nick Saban
He's always wanted it.
He wanted 10. He thinks 9 may be short, but he understands 9 may be the next place to go.
I agree with what Wimp said. I mean, Clark Lee probably doesn't want that.
No, he doesn't. I think your lower tier guys don't. I think Kirby Smart's fine with it. I think Nick Saban's fine with it. I think Jimbo's probably fine with it.
Probably.
Probably. I mean, I think a lot of your higher end coaches, they're okay with it.
But Nick Saban has always said, and the coaches who are okay going with a 3-6 or to a 10-game schedule, and Nick said this the other night at the event where it was all lost on what he said about Jimbo, but he brought this up as well. When you talk about scheduling, people are worried, if you're a Vanderbilt or others, that are getting to that 6 wins to go to a bowl game. He's always been in favor, let's wipe that rule out. If we're going to these bigger leagues where you've got 16 teams in the SEC, you're bringing in Oklahoma and Texas, we should get away. They're our bowl partners. We should get away with this mandate. You've got to be 6-6 to go to a bowl game.
Yep.
That if you're 5-7 in the SEC and you've played Oklahoma, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, and you're still 5-7, you're better than a lot of 6-6 teams or 7-5 teams. You should just take the best teams and go to the bowl game.
I think that's an NCAA rule, though, is your problem. The SEC can't just say, "Oh, we'll send anybody we want." I think the NCAA is the one that sets that rule.
But remember, they've got an exemption if they don't have enough teams to fill the bowls, which they've always done. So they can make an exception to this. And I don't know about you guys, but it's not going to drive me away from watching a 6-6 and a 5-7.
Yeah, do you really care?
There's not a difference.
Do you really care that Mississippi State's 5-7 in the Gasparilla Bowl instead of 6-6 Kentucky in the Gasparilla Bowl?
I would rather watch 5-7 Mississippi State than I would 6-6 Tulsa.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. Yeah. And ultimately, the bowls are out to make money. So if they think they could sell more tickets to a 5-7 Mississippi State fan, that's who they should be able to invite. So that would solve a lot of that, is if the NCAA would just back off that mandate.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're getting ready for Father's Day or popping the question or whatever, you're getting another anniversary gift that's just right to that person that said yes to you, Bromberg's has all that for you.
Yes, an array of great gifts. Again, they are your diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question, make sure you drop into one of those 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. For more information and to view that online store, go to brombergs.com.
Rockstar cut number 5, if you would. Kirby Smart yesterday had a chance to talk about the quote-unquote beef between Jimbo Fisher and Nick Saban. Nick Saban had a chance to talk yesterday, and then Jimbo's going to be talking in just a few seconds down in Miramar Beach on the Gulf Coast near Destin, where the meetings are ongoing. Here's what Kirby said yesterday. This from WVTM NBC 13 here locally, who's got coverage down there on the coast.
Be honest with you, my phone started blowing up right when Jimbo hit press conference, and I haven't thought about it a day since, because in the world that we operate in, you're worried about what's in front of you right now, which is the 15 recruits I'm trying to get on the phone, the conversations I'm trying to have. I'm not really worried about a feud between two guys that used to sit in the same staff meeting and have similar conversations. I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes things get heated. You'd rather not be in the public arena, but at the end of the day, things like that happen. I mean, you guys should be on the headphones sometime. You would think that was Mickey Mouse. So it just so happened in front of everybody, and it's not something that I prefer to comment on, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's Kirby Smart. Again, he's the national championship winning coach. There is no need for him to get down and waller in the mud.
Yeah.
The event you hosted that started this whole firestorm, I don't know what tables were, but they were probably expensive to go to that event. Can you imagine what boosters would pay to be able to be on the headset and listen to some of that stuff?
I mean, Phil Knight used to.
Yeah.
Phil Knight paid a lot to do it.
He did.
To answer your question.
Probably different realm booster.
Yeah, but he did.
But, I mean, for a given game, for October 8th, Texas A&M, Alabama,
love it.
if you were selling the access to the headsets on the sideline, I mean, you think about the money you could generate.
And I've told this story before, but the only time I've been told pretty almost as it was happening conversation on the headset by a guy who was in the booth when it was happening. Jim McElwain was the offensive coordinator. Alabama had the great defense, and the conversation was expletive, Jim. If we're not going to throw it deep with this defense, when are we ever going to throw it deep? Open it up, basically, is what he was saying.
09 LSU was that game, right? Yeah, 09 LSU. Yeah.
I mean, with this defense, if we're not going to throw it deep with this defense to risk an interception, when are we ever going to throw it deep?
And that was Saban saying that.
Saban saying that. It was very colorful. There were a lot of other words in there, and they threw it deep. And I think they won that game.
They won that game, undefeated season.
I think they won that game in 2009.
They also threw it, and Greg McElroy threw a little interception on what was ruled out of bounds on the sideline. Could have changed that game.
It could have. It could have. A lot more that is going on down at the SEC meetings. That includes the divisions and the lack thereof. Brandon Marcello is there. What Brandon has in his reporting about where we're going with divisions and a lot more from down on the Gulf Coast as the SEC spring meetings continue today with football and basketball taking center stage, 88 days away from week zero's kick. The show being brought to you by, 87 days to the week zero kick, being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitter is always a good Father's Day choice.
Yeah, it's right ahead of us. They got a unique opportunity for a great gift. Now until Father's Day, any purchase of a Christensen Traverse rifle enters you into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 right alongside it. If you have an outdoorsman in the household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop the hint to your family. This is the kind of thing that would bring a smile to the face of a father. Purchase one classic Christensen rifle. Enter to win another now till Father's Day. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the Next Round, LTD&B with you. Later in the show, Jesse Simonton will join us from down in Miramar Beach, the Destin area down on the Gulf Coast for the SEC spring meetings, as that continues with day 2 down there, as they'll do some more football business today. Brown's got some more information on that he'll pass along in just a second. We've spoken to Wimp Sanderson already today about his thoughts on what has gone on down there at the SEC meetings. And we talked a little bit about Dustin Johnson being one of the surprise names committed to the LIV Saudi event coming up in London. Let's hit the headlines right here to start off this hour, being brought to you by our friends Dr. B, the guy who's making LT's hair look so spectacular.
We are working on that. With age, for most, comes a little hair loss. Unfortunately, I asked around months ago. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein, set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing. They will determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate the compounds and prescriptions to their profile. It's a game changer. After I got my results, we had that virtual meeting, went over the options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I did again on the couch last night. Excited to see the results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
All right. What's happening in the sports world? We told you Dustin Johnson is going to play in that London event. Brown and others are saying it's over $100 million that he's getting up front. 42 players eventually. Other guys that you may know, Sergio Garcia and Kevin Na, and Louis Oosthuizen is in there as well. It's been a while since he's been good. More concerning to me, Brown, Turk Pettit and James, I'll say, Pyatt. That's the 2021 NCAA national champion and the 2021 U.S. amateur winner. They're also committed to play in this. Yeah. That would concern me, though, if I'm the PGA Tour commissioner, that my NCAA national champion and the U.S. amateur champion have chosen to go take the money and play in these things.
I think you would also look, though, historically, how often have the NCAA champion and the U.S. amateur champion gone on to be great PGA Tour golfers? And I would say those odds are pretty low.
With Tiger and Spieth, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know if Spieth won the individual. I'd have to go back and look. I'm not even sure Tiger won the individual, to be honest with you.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised Taylor Gooch, being so young, was on this list.
That's a name a lot of people, he and Hudson Swafford, a name a lot of people they would not recognize. Hudson Swafford, SEC Power.
But just guys that have opportunities to win
majors. That's what
majors.
I'm saying. Yeah, those are good players.
Yeah.
I mean, Taylor Gooch, I think, is the top 50 player in the world and is a young guy. His future was bright and ahead of him on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, if you're like Taylor's dad, and you grew up teaching this guy how to play golf, and you've watched all these majors all your life, and you envision your kid playing in these majors.
It may never happen.
Yeah. That's kind of disappointing.
Diamondbacks beat the Braves again last night. They play a 2:40 afternoon getaway game on Bally Sports later on today. But the big story has been the SEC meetings. You know what was weird yesterday was that Lane Kiffin ended up being the adult in the room, it looked like. And I tweeted last night that him being the adult in the room at SEC meetings, the biggest miscast since who played Dracula and Bram Stoker's
Gary
Dracula.
Oldman.
No, there's somebody else.
He was a good Dracula.
Was Keanu Reeves?
Keanu Reeves was in it. He was kind of the Van Helsing figure.
Yeah.
No, that was I think Anthony. No.
Anyway, Keanu Reeves was in Dracula.
Yeah, so I tweeted that, and Kiffin gave me a laughing emoji retweet that he was miscast like being the adult in the room.
I come to suck your blood. All right,
cool. That's why it was miscast. Here is from our buddy Brandon Marcello what Lane was saying yesterday down there amidst all this talk of Nick and Jimbo.
I just think I've always kind of answered questions and not done the coach speak, so I'm sure you're going to get a lot of them come up here and, just give you the same lines, but that's not really on purpose. I've just always been that way, and it's okay, I'm going to say how it is. And, so.
Do you enjoy being called the voice of reason in this situation?
I don't really care. I think it just goes kind of on being real, and all right, this is what it is, and as opposed to hiding behind all of it and say, whatever, that little coach's Bible that we're supposed to follow about what you're supposed to say, like NIL has nothing to do with why players come to my campus. I mean, so I'm not going to say those things.
See, I like Lane Kiffin's honesty. Do you find, and here's the big picture question, do you find that everyone wants coaches to be honest, but when they're honest, we get upset at them?
That's our society.
It's the biggest hypocrisy of actually not just our society, but our profession is we get so tired of robot coaches like Kirby Smart.
Urban Meyer.
Kirby Smart, who has asked the question, guys, my phone blew up. I haven't thought about it since because I got to focus on recruiting.
Right.
Kirby, we know you focus on recruiting. You're number one. You don't have to tell us that. I know that's the pre-programmed answer. You don't tell us that. You can have some fun with this, right? But oftentimes when they have fun and they say those things, we're like, I cannot believe they would say that. Well, our profession can't have it both ways. We can't want coaches to be more entertaining, and then when they finally get off the cuff, we're like, ooh, I would have never have said that.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Saban, and again earlier today, has been raked across the coals for his comments at the World Games event, a couple of weeks ago. Jimbo Fisher raked across the coals because he responded in an angry fashion the next day in a news conference.
Look, I'll admit,
those guys were both peeled back a little bit, a little honest there, and we're sitting here being upset about it. I think we should applaud them for letting us letting us see a little bit of the honesty of what they really feel. That's what we yearn for, I thought.
Yeah, I'm a hypocrite because immediately the day after I said Nick Saban shouldn't have singled A&M out. He should have been really vague about it. I'm glad he did. I mean, this thing is completely blown up. So without that, are we still talking about this?
No, not at all.
So, but I am hypocritical about it because I said there's certain things that Jimbo got way too personal, but I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, but if that's really how he feels, then I'm okay with him saying it. If that's really what he's thinking, if he really feels that way, then I'm glad you said it. And I've always applauded Lane Kiffin. Now, some of it I think Lane takes it where he goes to the extreme where he's going to say some extraordinary things just to get the press. But I do feel like oftentimes Lane is telling me how Lane really feels about something. And I always appreciate the coaches that do that. You see that occasionally in the NFL or the NBA or Major League Baseball. I've gotten where Mike Leach feels like it's a show for me. I don't know when it changed, but it just feels like, some of his comments early on felt like it was just unique and was not a show. I feel like now everything has to be a weird answer with him. Yeah. Like it's almost
it can be
he's playing a role.
It's not like you're going to get any information or controversy from Mike Leach. I guess he did call their girlfriends fat, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
At Washington State, right?
Ugly fat girlfriends, I believe was the line.
Yeah. So I appreciate the honesty from these guys when they're out there talking. One of the guys who's being very honest is David Hell, and he's got a tier of quarterbacks that he has rated here, and LT found something very interesting in that. We'll get to that after he tells us about the great folks at Redmont Vodka.
Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. We're doing a special event for Redmont Vodka tomorrow at one of our sponsors, the Beer Hog. Looking forward to that. So if you're out and about tomorrow, drop by and see us. But Redmont Vodka now available in 20 states. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Jeff's over in Anniston. He's next with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923, 734. Really slow these last four numbers for Jeff, 0923. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Hey, Spooners and Spoonies. How's it going?
Thank you.
It would tickle me to no end if LT's hairdo's dad or granddad went by the name Dr. Beckenstein.
Oh, so good, Jeff.
One thing I love about Rockstar and their lounge, is besides his obvious talent, is I can actually understand lyrics to a lot of songs that I didn't never really know, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty good writing.
There was one he recently sang where I learned a new lyric that I always had wrong, and now I can't remember which song it was.
Something like 2 or 3 weeks ago, He did one that I was like, oh, okay.
Was it
makes more sense.
Take On Me? Did you hear a lyric? I think it might have been Take On Me that I'd
Yes, that was one of them.
Yeah, I always had the lyric wrong.
I did too.
What would it be?
I can't remember.
I don't know. Was it in the verse or the chorus? Well, the thing is, it's slowed down so much that you actually hear the enunciation and stuff like that.
Yeah. And Brownie, you now have a true competitor for my favorite thing to watch, not just between y'all's breaks, but anytime I laugh like hell as rock stars run down the hallway in the sumo outfit. It's hard for me to watch without just losing it.
Well, imagine, Jeff, there are tenants on each and every side.
Yeah, we have lawyers and bankers and financial advisors.
I saw one girl at the end of the hallway, too, and that's when Rockstar turned around. And I don't see how everybody in the hallway wasn't just bent over laughing.
Oh, I was. There's a full video that will come out that is more than just Rockstar running with us in those sumo suits, and I laughed until I cried that day. I really did.
And Rocky, if you meant to land on your headgear when you fell down, you should have been an acrobat or stunt man.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask him.
Yes.
Was that an intentional fall or no?
Yes, the trip was intentional, but it was great that I saw the helmet there. I was like, I didn't know my face was going to go down so far. But yes, that was the fall was intentional, but it was a lucky break that the head hit the headgear.
I thought he snapped his neck on one of them.
Yeah, that
and then he
hurt.
turtled out for a little bit. Yeah. Oh, it was just classic. Brownie, I always wondered who's that's chasing you and your alien friend there at the end.
From Alien Fest?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just some little kid dressed up as an alien in Roswell, New Mexico.
Oh, you didn't know that person?
No.
Oh, okay. That's wild.
Yeah, no. There was a kid dressed as an alien in Roswell in a little park where the Alien Fest event was being held, and I just sat down with him and we started videoing, and he's probably 10 or 12 years old, and he chased me. Yeah.
And I always wondered who that person carrying you was, too, and they were cupping you the whole time.
Oh, I know. It's very comfortable.
Yeah, Dunaway would have loved that alien.
Yeah, I know.
And, Brownie, I'm going to assume you're a no here, but has anyone else in the studio ever been in a bar where there was a gun go off, shot?
A gunshot?
Yes.
Time to leave.
Yes.
Thankfully, no.
I've been in one in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay. And, Brown, you may have heard of this place. I was in one called the Red Horse.
Oh, yeah.
It's been 78, kind of a notorious. Well, I don't know, maybe notorious. It went off about 10 feet behind me, and this guy grabbed his belly. I guess he was trying to fool the guy that shot him. Of course, 3 bouncers quickly grabbed him up, and they all had baseball bats, aluminum, and escorted him out and closed the door, and they wouldn't let nobody leave. So I'm sure he got a well-deserved lesson.
Wow. Went Ray Donovan on him.
Yeah, I bet he forgot. I bet he never forgot shooting that gun.
Yeah, and they had metal detectors after that, too.
Wow.
But, fun place. And I want LT and Dunaway. If I told you right now we could somehow calculate all the money you've spent on alcohol in your life,
oh my God,
would you take it? Or if I said I'll give you $150,000?
I will take the alcohol, and it would be embarrassing.
I probably don't drink as much as you would think, but I'm old now, so I would probably take the alcohol money. Right. But, I grew up, back when you could have, was it penny beer nights or nickel beer nights? That kind of stuff. So there were a lot of nights I drank, and I'm a cheap drink. Like I'm two glasses of wine, and Maggie can do whatever she wants with me.
But like an example, Jeff, I did just one. So I got a to-go order last night, and I ended up getting to-go margaritas. Don't ask how, but the bill went from it was going to be $33 for the food to $53 with the margaritas. So that's just $20 on 2 drinks.
Yeah. I would take the diet soda bill over the alcohol bill. I've spent more on diet soda over the years.
Even buying drinks for girls and all that.
Yeah, again, I play
they buy drinks for me.
I play a big game here on the air, but I did not have any game back in the day of buying drinks. I was always too chicken, to walk across and buy him a drink.
Rockstar's seen him get wasted, haven't you?
I have to witness it. Yeah, but
Rockstar's seen shots go over shoulders before, Jeff.
Yes, it's been a fun time.
Yeah. And Brownie, which would be toughest for you to do in a day? Dip a whole can of snuff, and no cheating. You got to keep it in there for a while. Smoke a pack of Camels in a day, or drink a 6-pack of heavy beer in a 2 or 3 hour period.
Oh, I'd easily drink the 6-pack of heavy beer. Easy. Oh, cool. That is not even a discussion. A pack of cigarettes is dead last.
Oh.
Can of Skull. I don't know how I could do a can of Skull. I'd throw up.
Yeah, I thought you might go that. I'd just like to see you in a 2 or 3 hour period drink a 6-pack.
I can tell you exactly where I was when I tried Skull for the first and only time. It was outside Susan Allen's house some year in high school, and I got a dip. We walked in thinking we were cool as you know what, and I wasn't there 10 minutes, and I went out and sat by the tire on the street. I get gaggy just thinking about it, and I ended up puking up my guts.
It was 1980 for me. I remember it. I was 8.
Good.
And my neighbor Bart had a Corvette, and he always dipped Skull, and he finally gave me some, and I threw up in his floorboard.
Yep.
He finally gave me some, which means you were pursuing.
I was asking for it. I
by the
thought
way.
Bart looked cool with that dip, so boy, it did not go well for me.
Which is weird, Jeff, because the next thing I did, there was this thing called Hawken.
Oh yeah, Hawken was.
That basically was the kid. It was the mix between Skull. It was the halfway point between Skull and Hubba Bubba or whatever.
Big League Chew.
Yeah, Big League Chew. It was there basically for kids to do.
I actually dipped Hawken one time. Yeah, I dipped Hawken one time because somebody told me that. It's like, if you ever want to know what a dip's like, Hawken, you can dip. So I dipped it, and it didn't upset my stomach at all or anything.
It had a minty flavor to it.
It had a minty flavor. The flavor wasn't awful. What drove me crazy, though, was after I spit it out, I could not get all the...
and
that just drives me... all the residue and all that out of my gum. I hated
What's amazing, Jeff, is watching... So I've still got buddies that dip, and how they're able to drink beer and dip at the same time.
I know.
Yeah. That's an art.
It blows my mind. The only time I dipped is I was in high school, and we were freaking play a game, and I wasn't pitching. And our coach tried to do it like major leagues, and pitchers didn't play if they weren't pitching me anyway. So I took me a dip before the game because I wasn't going to pitch that day. Well, he decided, Jeff, go play first base. Well, I was so dizzy, I couldn't even hardly walk. And I had to tell him that it killed me. I said, man, I'm sorry, Coach. I can't, I'm too dizzy. I feel like I'm about to throw up. And he just laughed. But
he probably wasn't putting you in the game anyway. He probably saw you over there dipping and was going to make you tell him that.
Gosh, that's the only one I ever did. All right, some sports things real quick. If Bryce was quarterback at Georgia and Bennett was at Bama, would y'all change your minds on who would be your favorite to win the SEC?
Yes.
For this upcoming season?
Yeah, I'd take Georgia. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
really?
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I have faith that Kirby's going to have a really good defense. They're going to play an easier schedule, and
same as last year.
Yeah, same as last year with a better quarterback.
Yeah, but how good's this defense going to be for Alabama? Because here's what I would say: we saw A.J. McCarron and Greg McElroy and Jake Coker win national championships, and I think Stetson Bennett is every bit as good as those guys.
Yeah, but can they run the football as good as Alabama could run the football back then? With Jahmyr Gibbs, maybe they can.
So.
And at some point, Alabama's going to have to get through Georgia.
Yeah,
with Bryce Young playing for Georgia. So I'd take Georgia.
I think I would lean Bama.
That'd be interesting.
That's a great question. We may throw that in a poll question too. That's a great question.
And I heard y'all talking about Jermaine Burton. I remember his freshman year and watching him, thinking, "Damn, we're going to have to see him for a while now." I mean, he looked really good against us, and I think the Mississippi State game, he looked really good, and I thought, man, this dude's going to be a star receiver. So I don't know, maybe he was being underutilized at Georgia. I think he's going to do good things.
Hey, Riley is answering your question over in the chat room, Jeff. He says, he would still take Bama because Bama would have Bennett QB2 and Milroe would get the start.
That's funny.
Hey, what's funny is just the other day Dunaway was talking about he thinks Bennett's better than Kenny Pickett. I mean...
Yeah,
if you think Bennett's better than Kenny Pickett, Bennett's with Alabama.
That just tells you what I think of Kenny Pickett and what I think of Bryce Young.
Apparently not.
He does not like Kenny Pickett. That's
and Pickett with the Steelers. I'm hoping he's wrong, but all right, three more ones real quick. Which player do you think meant more to the success of their head coach? Brady with Belichick or Jordan to Phil?
Jordan to Phil.
Jordan to Phil. I mean, Phil Jackson, tell me who had it better. He had Michael Jordan, then he had Kobe and Shaq.
Yeah, you got to remember this with Belichick. If Bledsoe doesn't get hurt, there's a chance they still win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they don't win as many as they did, though.
No
But
way.
I don't think Phil wins one.
And by the way, guys, I watched the Beef O'Brady show the other day. The 86 Celtics were better than the 87 Lakers, and they beat the Bulls in 5.
Okay. I
just go back and
disagree,
look.
Jeff, but if you watch that show, you wouldn't have asked Dunaway the question you asked him. It took him 2 hours to drink a beer.
But it wasn't a free beer, so I'd love to have that $3 back. But yes.
Of course, I am a Celtics guy, and LT's a Lakers guy. So one of my best friends was a Lakers guy, and all of them were some great days.
They really were.
You Larry Bird fans are blinded by the white, I think.
They have 9 players averaging double figures. Yeah. 9 players averaging double figures.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're starting a baseball team for 3 years, and by the way, LT, that's something I never thought I'd say, but I hope the Dodgers beat the hell out of the Giants every game they play the rest of the year.
I like hearing that.
But if you were starting a baseball team, and for 3 years, you could take any player you want. 3, because I think most of y'all, I know who your number one would be. If I give you 3 players to take, who do you take?
I'm going Trout still.
Would you say Juan Soto?
Juan Soto would be in the discussion. Trey Turner would be in the discussion.
What pitcher would you take? You got to have a pitcher.
I'd take Ohtani for sure.
Ohtani?
One of my 3.
Yeah, I guess he can do both.
Yeah, you're getting an all-star pitcher and a hitter, basically.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, Vlad Guerrero would be in the mix.
All right.
Tatis is healthy. I mean, hell, there's a lot of directions to go.
Healthy
yeah, I know.
Ronald
That's
Acuna.
what I was wondering.
Yep.
All right, rank these 4 teams against each other, in y'all's opinion, not the ranking polls or whatever. USC, A&M, Notre Dame, and Oklahoma.
This
year? Yeah.
This year, coming up, yeah.
USC, Notre Dame, A&M, and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
How we go?
I'd go A&M, Oklahoma, USC, and Notre Dame.
I think I'd have Oklahoma in front of A&M. And I'd probably keep the rest of the order.
Yeah, I think I might go Oklahoma, A&M, Notre Dame, USC.
I think I'd flip USC and Notre Dame. Oklahoma, A&M, USC, Notre Dame.
A&M, Oklahoma, USC, Notre Dame for me.
But that could go any direction to me. I mean, I don't have a feel for any of these teams.
Those 4 teams are a lot alike.
Yep.
Would y'all put Baylor, Oklahoma State, or Miami over any of them?
Probably not.
I would not.
You've asked me a lot of teams that I think are just alike.
Yeah, I could put those in the mix. I mean, I could put Baylor, Oak State, and Miami right there with them.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy.
I still think those 4 teams are better than the last 3 he gave us. Jeff there, brought to you today in part by our friends at Creekside Barbecue. If you're looking for a great place for lunch, LT puts on the feed bag when he goes there.
Feed bag.
It is so good. If you've never been, lunch or dinner, make plans. Creekside Barbecue. I've got it coming up here next week, by the way.
I can't wait for that.
I cannot wait. Yeah.
We'll put some on the set to show you guys. I know Forrester's done a good job throwing some up for people that are actually watching us right now. But look, they've got the Alabama-style chicken, the North Carolina pork, Memphis kissed ribs, along with those chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Everyone that I've talked to absolutely raves about it. Creekside can also cater parties, other events up to 200 people. Stop in, see them. Tell them the next round sent you, or check out the menu today, creekside-bbq.com.
Okay, when we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu, and then you will hear Kirby Smart talk about Bo Nix in the next half hour. And then you Auburn fans reacting to what Kirby Smart said about Bo Nix. All that coming up in the final 35 minutes of hour number 2 today right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could pull that number up.
I've thought
You'd be
about
blown
it before.
away.
I
You'd be
really,
blown away.
it's really embarrassing.
No, I mean, I would wonder, like, you know, how much money have I lost gambling? How much money have I spent on diet sodas?
I don't know how much I've spent on golf. Golf is an expensive hobby.
Yeah. I mean, I'm new to golf, but you're right. I spend a lot to golf, and I don't play the courses you play.
Would you rather see, you're not getting the money, but the amount of money you spent on diet sodas, or just the stack of diet sodas
money?
that you've seen?
Money. The stack would be embarrassing.
My dad's birthday was yesterday. I was a bad son not pointing that out. So James Sr., happy birthday to him yesterday.
But it's a hell of a jam, by the way.
But he started smoking. You know, I think 12 is when he started smoking.
Is he still smoking?
Unfiltered Pall Malls, I think they were called.
Yeah.
That's what Bryant used to smoke, right?
I think he was something else.
Chesterfield. He was
Chesterfield,
Chesterfield. Winchester's.
But he told me one time when I hated smoking, I said, "Hey, why don't you quit smoking?" He goes, "I'll tell you what, I'll quit smoking when you stop drinking that diet soda there."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "I can do that." I lasted about 10 days, and he never started smoking again. And he hadn't smoked since he was in his 60s. So, you know, a few years now he hasn't been smoking, but
you think
pretty amazing.
Two of you could fill this room with cans and bottles?
Probably. Oh, yeah.
In this room?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I think I could fill the Blue Lake Center. There was a time.
Easy. No, this is a big building.
No, there was a time when I was at NBC 13, I bet I was drinking 10 a day. 10 a day.
I can, I stopped at a Tom Thumb down at the beach, and all they had was the big cup. I mean, like that big. Right?
Tom
they
Foot.
They were out of everything.
Yeah.
And I just filled it up with Diet Mountain Dew, and I can drink that just like that. It doesn't affect me. I mean, I don't think twice about it. It probably affects me, but I don't think twice about it.
And people would be like, "Hey, the caffeine before you go to bed." Caffeine
does
has
not bother me.
Never kept me from going to sleep.
I can kill a diet soda and go right to bed and go right to sleep.
So
caffeine has never affected me.
The one thing you've spent the most on is diet sodas?
100%.
And your golf, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Rockstar chicken fries from Burger King?
No.
Frosted
I would say
what?
a prostitute. I would say so does. I used to be worse than these two. I was a terrible. But I quit cold turkey in 2016.
And you've had nothing but water since, right?
Nothing. Well, every now and then I have like a Gatorade or something like that. But all I drink is water. That's why I look so great.
Part of our show today being brought to you by Willie's. Tell us about Willie's pressure washing. This was the most amazing story I saw yesterday.
It's really cool, man. I mean, Blake and Conrad came out in the torrential downpour, and that's them pressure washing the old driveway that I haven't done since 2020. But the difference is it took me and the roommate probably 8 hours, and they did it in like an hour. Look, if you need your home, business, or financial investment looking brand new again, call the team at Willie's Pressure Washing. They're able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond. They've got the right equipment and technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Cleaning your patio, driveway, windows, and home exterior can be a back-breaking chore. You don't want to waste the time on this. Let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. The team at Willie's did some great work. You're seeing it right there at my house. Call them today, 205-963-2000. Very easy number to remember, 205-963-2000, and tell them the next round sent you.
That is amazing work by Willie's and the folks there. Andy Staples writes a story that's in our morning rounds that says the NIL discussion is a generational gap. Younger coaches like Billy Napier get it. Older coaches like Nick Saban don't get it. And I think that's being painted the wrong way. Nick Saban's in favor of name, image, and likeness. He just wants some rules, wants some guidelines. Billy Napier had a great quote yesterday saying he thinks players should get a piece of the pie. I've yet to see a coach who is saying, I don't think players should get a piece of the pie.
Well, it'd be recruiting suicide to do that.
It would be, which is why I think you've got to control the message right now. JD's in Huntsville. He's next with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. Hey, JD.
Hey, good morning, guys. Summer is upon us. NIL, the first way the NCAA tried to level the playing field was with the 85 scholarships. Are you guys old enough to remember when there was no 85 scholarship limit?
Yeah, I mean, programs like Alabama would recruit great players and stash them on their roster, and you couldn't transfer without, if you went to another SEC school, you had to sit out 2 years. If you went to another school, you had to sit out a year. And Bear Bryant was known for rolling into almost every town and recruiting everybody's quarterback off the high school team because he was the best athlete on the team, and either moving him to another position or having him sit on the depth chart. And Alabama wasn't the only one to do that. I mean, Nebraska and Oklahoma and Texas and USC, they did it as well.
And Bear Bryant played, probably 9 running backs every game, and probably all 3 quarterbacks got to play in most games. But with the 85 scholarship limit, the collectives that are going to the 85 scholarship, does that not give the NCAA any sort of wiggle room and say, hey, we can regulate this and say, hey, here's the cap? Since it's going to your 85 scholarship players that we have set, then we're also going to set the amount that you can have with these collectives. Do you think that will happen?
But I mean, that only addresses what schools are willing to admit they're doing. I mean, then we're all the way back, well, not all the way back, but we're back to kind of where we started this whole thing, where you couldn't give them anything and they were still giving them stuff, right? Well,
That's
if
right.
I can only give them $85 million total dollars, that's not to say that I'm not going to be giving them 105. I'm just telling you I'm giving them 85.
And then it gets a little complicated. How do you split up the collective?
Yeah.
I mean, Bryce Young should get more than Jalen Milroe, right?
Yeah, and Nick Saban, JD, is saying, here's what we want the Alabama collective to be. We want every Alabama football player to get, we'll say, $50,000, and then every player gets that, and then whatever you make on top of that, that's up to you and your performance and the deals you work out. But he wants to make sure everybody gets that. Texas A&M's approach, if you believe the reports, is that we're paying you to come here, but they're all making a nice living to go to school there, to pick Texas A&M. Whether you think that's true or not, Jimbo would tell you that they've only got one NIL deal right now of the 11 that's on campus. Whoever you believe in this, Brown's right, and I said it earlier. If you cap this at some point, we're going to break the cap. We're gonna and the 80 in the 25 scholarships that we just got rid of, That's been a farce forever. We've been able, if we wanted to bring in 32 recruits, we've always been able to bring in 32 recruits. We either back count or front count, gray shirt, blue shirt, red shirt. So we've always bent the rules. We're always going to bend the rules. So I'm more comfortable in a world that has no rules.
So if you were to ask coaches, okay, look, we're going to reduce from 85 to 75 and no cap, or we're going to have a solid cap and we're going to get rid of the 85 limit. Which one would they rather
Well, I think
take?
your big school coaches would be fine with 75 and no cap, but I think generally every coach would realize it doesn't matter if we put a cap on it or not.
We play a 17-game regular season in the NFL with what, a 53-man roster?
Yeah, exactly. So that would not be a problem.
Yeah, I think 75 on scholarship would be no problem. But ultimately, JD, the problem with the question is even coaches that would want a cap on the 85 would know the cap wouldn't matter. They're still going to cheat to get above that cap.
Who's going to cheat the most?
Your bigger schools, the ones that are winning games.
Usually the ones who are winning.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, JD.
And that's the way it's always been. It's
Yeah,
the way it's always been.
Nothing's changed.
You call it cheating. You call it manipulating the rules, living in the gray area, maximizing the rules, however you want to say it. But when there are guardrails, is a popular phrase these days, there are people who are going to try to, bend those guardrails a little bit and get an advantage, a competitive advantage. The old racing equivalent, if Rubbin's racing, cheating, if you ain't cheating, you're not racing or trying.
Not cheating, you're not trying.
Yeah, whatever the old Red Farmer quote is. So it's a tough thing to get a handle on. Do you agree with Andy Staples that it's a generational thing?
Well, I think probably how far you're willing to go in discussing it is a generational thing. So, in other words, if you're Billy Napier and I got to coach for another 20-some-odd years, I'm going to be wide open to anything. If I'm Nick Saban and I know realistically I've probably got less than 10 years left, I might be a little more vocal about it because I don't have to recruit long term. But all these guys are going to embrace it because it's recruiting.
Viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar is watching something tonight. You can always watch the best in art, especially when it comes to sports paintings and portraits from our friends at New Life.
Yeah, and remember our friends at New Life, they have signed an NIL deal, speaking of which, with our friend Bryce Young and Daniel Moore's soon-to-be-released Crimson Connection. He has signed these. If you want one of these, they're going extremely fast. DanielMooreArt.com, New Life Art, bringing you the memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787, or again, to check out those new prints, DanielMooreArt.com.
Imagine if he wins another Heisman. You've got this one already saved. How much money that thing's going to be worth. Rockstar, what are you watching?
Question real quick. Has Will Smith been canceled?
As of now, but it will. It'll turn around.
He'll come back out.
I don't think he has.
Yeah,
So 8 p.m. on VH1. One of my favorite. I was going to say, what's the best Will Smith movie?
For me, I Am Legend.
You're right. I Am Legend tonight at 8 p.m., which is going to be a sequel, which I don't know how they're going to do, because if you remember the ending, kind of a bomb goes off, but he is supposed to be in the sequel. That's why I was wondering if he's canceled.
Still Legend.
There were alternate endings, though.
Correct.
There's one where he survives,
Yes.
so I don't know if you've watched that. Not to give this away.
Yeah, spoiler
it's funny I
alert.
brought this movie up last night because I told the roommate, I think I'm going to give it a try. Dunaway said that I'm not going to get sick in Top Gun Maverick. She said, you're an idiot. You will definitely get sick. And I started to think the last time I threw up in a movie was I Am Legend.
Yeah.
What part?
When he's running, chasing Samantha, his dog.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just handheld.
What if
But see, nothing is handheld here. That gets me sick.
This is like this.
That gets me sick,
And I'm just
all
like,
the time.
it
Like
kills
Blair
me.
Witch Project,
Yeah.
I couldn't watch it.
What
This
if
does not do that.
What if it's the sequel's about John Legend?
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I Am John Legend.
I Am John Legend.
But there
All of
really
you.
is going to be a sequel.
Yes, there is a sequel. He's supposed to be with him and Michael B. Jordan is going to be in it, but I don't know if everything's put on hold because he's canceled and he's lost the Aladdin gig to The Rock. So I'm just curious if there's.
Yeah, we need to get over this,
If
man.
everything's been
He
put on
slapped
hold.
somebody.
Yeah.
It was a bad look. I think he's paid for
I
it.
can't believe he lost Aladdin. That's ridiculous.
Yep. And so 9 p.m. on Cinemax 1, I have never seen before, Driving Miss Daisy.
It's good. Really good.
Morgan Freeman and Jessica Tandy?
Yes, and the surprisingly good guy in it, who was actually nominated, I think, also for a Best Supporting Actor, Dan Aykroyd.
Wasn't it his mother? I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Jessica Tandy's son, right?
It's
Yeah.
a really good movie, though.
Yeah.
It is a really good movie. My favorite Will Smith movie is with that Robbie girl, and they're stealing stuff.
I've never seen that.
Focus.
Is it Focus?
Yeah, it's a good movie.
I was going to say It Takes a Thief.
Yeah, there are a couple of grifters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys don't like Independence Day?
No, it's not a bad one either.
I don't like biopics.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a bad one.
I think it was
either.
very historically accurate, Rockstar.
All right, we'll get to the Kirby Smart comment about Bo Nix. I meant to do that here, but JD had such a great call there. When we come back on the other side, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next. Brewed for what's next from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. This is the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yep.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yep.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yep.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call DryTech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with DryTech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Women's College World Series starts tomorrow. Auburn's regional in baseball is Friday. UCLA, Florida State at 11. Auburn and Southeastern Louisiana is at 6. So much more to get to on this show. But first, we're gonna talk Kirby Smart and Bo Nix in this segment. Later, Ross Dellinger has more on what is developing with SEC scheduling, and we'll get to that at the top of the hour. And then in the trash segment, Clay Travis getting ejected from a Little League baseball game. Clay's account of what happened, and we'll discuss that. Has Clay Travis finally lost his mind? All that being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, I had a good conversation with our friend Chris Stewart today. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price right now. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com, or just call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it.
There's a list that David Hell has at ESPN of tiers of college football quarterbacks for 2022. He ranks all 131 quarterbacks. LT is going to show you the one thing he noticed about this, or the two things he notices. After Kirby Smart yesterday at the SEC meetings, I answered a question about Bo Nix. Here is James Crapia's rendition or video of what Kirby said.
You planned and strategized against Bo and played against Bo Nix 3 times during his career, obviously when he was at Auburn. So how did you see him as a challenge to go up against defensively, and what your initial thoughts are of him getting back with a coordinator who's played with before, and what that opener will present to you guys?
Yeah, he's a great athlete, probably one of the best athletes I've ever seen at quarterback in terms of GPS numbers, speed, overall athleticism. He's grown from being a freshman that was thrown in there to playing under multiple coordinators, and going back to a coordinator he's familiar with should make him comfortable, and he's very talented. You know, we had a lot of draft picks on defense last year, and we struggled to get him on the ground. So he's a tremendous player.
Okay, that's what he said to James Crapia, who covers Oregon now. That's the opener. Auburn fans reacted when Forrester sent this out from Next Round Live yesterday. And let's just say not all Auburn fans are cheering for Bo Nix. Look at some of the responses. Please say psych there, and a couple of these others that'll roll by. The lies of Kirby calling Bo Nix one of the great athletes there. And one more there. Mike Tyson just laughing. Not all Auburn fans are in on Bo Nix being really good at Oregon.
Look, Kirby, back to what we talked about yesterday, company man or rebel. Company man. I mean, that is coach speak right there.
That's poor mouthing coach speak. The high school coach that everybody who plays the best players.
It's the toughest game on their schedule, though, and it's first.
It is the toughest game on their schedule.
So he's not gonna fire up his old defensive coordinator and give him bulletin board
that's
material.
Exactly what he should have said.
Right.
Yeah. Do you want to get to the tier?
Yeah, show me what you noticed about the tier. Well, first with our friend Bo Nix. Where do you find Bo?
Well, Bo's going to be down there a little bit. So David Hell, as you mentioned, put this together. So he did 131 different quarterback situations. There's only one tier 1. There's 3 guys on that tier 1.
Those are the best guys.
So there are 3 tier 1 quarterbacks.
And you would know 2 of them, obviously.
Well, Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. I would say the third tier 1 guy, they're going to go Caleb Williams.
They are going Caleb Williams, which, he doesn't deserve to be on there yet.
I think you need 2 tier 1 guys, and they are Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud.
And then there's a gap.
And here's tier 2, and then I'll jump around to some familiar faces. Tier 2 is Devin Leary from NC State, Cam Rising from Utah, and Tyler Van Dyke from Miami. I think that's where Caleb Williams needs to be.
I agree. He fits in with those guys.
And you're sleeping on Dylan Gabriel, not having him on that list.
Yeah, and so tier 2A is just Stetson Bennett.
2A.
Yeah, and it's what's a guy got to do to get some Heisman love around here. Just some SEC flavor on tier 3. You get Hendon Hooker, Will Rogers, and KJ Jefferson. No Will Levis yet, by the way. Tier 4, Dylan Gabriel for Oklahoma.
Too low.
Dunaway.
Will Levis, Spencer Rattler, and Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
By the way, that's a good tier right
It's
there.
not a bad tier at all.
Quarterbacks, underrated tier right there.
It's a very good tier. Okay, so now I'm going to jump down, and I'm going to get to Bo Nix. By the way, Jaden Daniels, Miles Brennan, tier 10. I'm not at Bo Nix yet.
Oh, we're tier 10.
Yeah. Connor Weigman, Max Johnson, Haynes King, tier 10, Texas A&M. Tier 11, Oregon's Bo Nix, along with DJ and Cade Klubnik from Clemson, and Graham Mertz, Georgia Tech's Jeff Sims. He's got Jeff Sims on tier 11 with Bo Nix.
When Jeff Sims first started, though, Lance, the first time you saw Jeff Sims play,
he looked the part.
Jeff Collins has his quarterback.
I know, and boy, he has just, I don't know if it's the parts around him or what, but he's just never progressed.
Tier 12, I got to bring up Central Michigan is in here, Miami of Ohio, East Carolina, Air Force, Cincinnati's new quarterback situation. We're still not to a couple of schools yet.
So have you gotten to Bo's old school yet?
No. Tier 13, a couple of jobs are quarterbacks in Kansas, Indiana, breaking in a new quarterback, Toledo, Syracuse.
If tier 1's the penthouse, I mean, we're underground now.
Tier 14.
We're in the parking deck, yeah.
This is is there a diamond in the rough? Iowa State, Auburn's Zach Calzada or TJ Finley. Nebraska's situation, Virginia Tech situation. Tier 15. This is fine.gif. 8 players, 5 jobs. UAB's Dylan Hopkins is on here.
So Auburn's a tier in front of UAB's situation.
And by the way, this only goes, well, it goes pretty deep. 20, I'm trying to say, 25 tiers.
Who's in the 25th tier? Like Army's quarterback running to the triple option?
Rockstar's in the 25th tier. And he can't throw it 10 yards.
These are the free agents, 5 players, no jobs. So, I mean, it's
those aren't even teams.
Yeah, so really the last tier is Navy, South Alabama, New Mexico State, UMass, UNLV.
Yeah. But so the point of the matter is Bo is way down the list on David Hell's tier, but he's 3 tiers or 4 tiers ahead of where Auburn's situation is that he left.
Yeah, and I don't know if I've got a problem with this.
Think about that. If he were still at Auburn, he'd be the starter this coming season. I don't think there would be a competition.
That's what's so weird about this.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't think Zach Calzada would be there if Bo Nix were still there. So that's number one. Number two, we already know he beats out TJ Finley. We saw it.
But the Auburn fans that you saw there, do you think they're in a better quarterback situation without Bo Nix?
No.
You don't think they do?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think they are either.
I don't know how you think you
What's
are.
so strange, I mean, you've got, the legacy and the love for that program, and to go to a place he had never been. We had him on the show. You ever been to Eugene? Nope. But I've got that commitment to him.
That's right. I'll be there next year.
I mean, it's kind of like the journey I'm about to take on in the next couple of weeks, where you guys are just sending me somewhere I have no idea where I'm going. It's a little exciting, but it's a little terrifying.
What if we sent you to Eugene and you had to get a picture taken with Bo? That'd be great.
I've always kind of wanted to go to Eugene.
Yeah, me too. Me too. All right, part of the show being brought to you by 2 great sponsors. One of them is our friends at Hemp Hill Services. If you got something that's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, they can hook you up.
Yeah, look, if something breaks down, AC unit this time of year, actually I got a call last night about 8 o'clock. Had to give this number out, 229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trusted name, Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
And our friends at the University of Montevallo, who will be announcing officially a new basketball coach maybe today. Maybe they've already done it. I don't know. A new coach coming to that D2 school, 21 Division II scholarship sports, fully funded, 75 majors, and a growing student population. Find out why your son or daughter belongs at the University of Montevallo. Great class sizes, perfect for your son or daughter to succeed academically. Schedule an in-person tour and find out more. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right,
halfway through the show today. This hour of the show being brought to you always, hour number 3, by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champy'schicken.com. A couple of our listeners by there for lunch yesterday. I think it was Walter said he got the tamales to go, a take-home order of tamales. Eat those after he got back to the house. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that everybody talks about. If you love tamales, you've got to try those at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Hopefully one day we'll get the announcement that he's expanding closer and closer to us here at the Blue Lake Center on 280. But it's worth the drive, especially if you're on your way down to the beach or back, or if you're tailgating this upcoming football season. He'll also cater your parties and office meetings at Sterling and the folks right there at champy'schicken.com. Check out that not only the recipes, but also the great menu at champy'schicken.com. And the headlines, you have the NBA Finals starting tomorrow night, Boston and Golden State. Golden State, the slight favorite in that?
Well, yeah, so they're minus for the series. I saw them as high as minus 175 to down to minus 155. Tomorrow night, they're listed at home as a minus 3.5 point favorite in game 1.
Auburn baseball, the favorite to get out of the regionals, which start this weekend. Auburn's games are Friday, 11 o'clock, UCLA, Florida State, and then Auburn, Southeastern Louisiana at 6 o'clock down at Plainsman Park, happening this weekend. Also happening in basketball, back to the NBA. Is this a true stat? I saw this last night, but I never truly 100% believe everything I see on the internet. But have you guys seen this? This is Brew Crew Dad who sent this to us.
Is he related to sliced bread?
Maybe. It's his cousin, Brew Crew.
A former New York Knicks player has been on one of the NBA final roster every year since 1947. Is that possible?
That's hard to believe. That is hard to believe.
At least one former Knick has been on one of the team's roster for every NBA final back to 1947.
Here's the only reason. I mean, how in the hell would you keep up with that or find that?
You're a Knicks fan?
That's a deep dive, though.
A weird Knicks fan?
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit like the old, do you remember the old guys that were Expos and then went on to be stars elsewhere? Like you would, Randy Johnson, Gary Carter, Pedro Martinez.
Julius Randle from the Lakers to the Knicks.
Yeah. I mean, it used to happen with the Expos back in the day, too.
Yeah.
But you knew about those guys, obviously. Andres Galarraga.
Am I saying this guy's name right? Luke Cornett? He's on this year's team, one of the rosters this year, and he was with the Knicks for 3 years back earlier in his career. So he's the one rep this year, the guy they referenced. Did anybody else see that floating around last night?
I did not. No, I did not.
I was really talking. I knew you two did not.
I wonder
sorry, Jim, by your reaction to me saying it.
No, I just wonder if there's other examples of this in other sports or even in the NBA, and nobody's just done a deep dive on it.
But you're right, Rockstar. It's Knick fan who is saying, how come it's not us? There's a former Knick player always in the finals.
We had just kept all these guys.
Yeah, how come we can't put it together and be in the finals more and do a better job? But I just thought that was an amazing stat as we get ready for another NBA playoffs. Braves lose again last night. They played this afternoon. You got some day baseball. Rogers Clemens' son got called up to the Tigers. Did he make it in either one of the doubleheader games yesterday?
Started at second in the second game. Tigers win. He went 0 for 4.
Did Roger make it there in time for the game?
Yeah, Roger and wife were there. And, his kid's a former third-round selection. Has played extremely well at AAA level. And, he's got every opportunity with
this.
Detroit.
Is not the same kid that Clemens pitched with, right, in the minors?
I think it is.
Is it?
Yeah,
that was forever
He's
ago.
a Texas grad. Well, maybe it's not.
Not.
He's a Texas grad. He's 26, though.
Yeah, this kid is 26.
Yeah.
Cody Clemens. And
you remember when Clemens came out and pitched for that minor league team because his son was playing?
Yeah.
You remember that story, right?
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was an independent team, and I thought it was this kid.
Yeah,
I think it was the older brother. I think it was.
All right.
But anyway, he made debut last night, 0 for 3 with a walk, 2 strikeouts, and we'll see what happens.
Jacob Toppin returning to Kentucky. Dylan Cardwell returning to Auburn, both of them pulling their name out of the NBA draft. Deadline's tonight, so if you've got a guy still on the fence there, whether he's going to stay in the NBA or not, maybe you get his guy, get that guy back tonight. Those are your headlines. 87 days to week 0. Back to what's going on at the SEC meetings. Ross Dellinger of Sports Illustrated sent out a tweet earlier about what has been given up to move to a 9-game SEC schedule. And I'll be honest, this surprises me just a little bit. just a little bit. Ross Dellinger reporting, and he's talked to some folks down there, and I think Greg Byrne may have been one of the folks he spoke with. And in fact, it is. Greg Byrne speaking. Nope, that was something else. Here it is. Greg Byrne from Ross Dellinger. If the SEC moves to a 9-game schedule, the Alabama AD says he'd be surprised if the league keeps its policy requiring teams to schedule at least one non-conference Power 5 opponent. This is a compromise that Ross wrote about earlier at SI. Now, if you're not familiar with the rule, it was passed a few years ago to ensure that everyone was, keeping a competitive schedule out there, which would help with teams making the college football playoff, that you had to schedule at least one out-of-conference Power 5 opponent every year. And Dellinger's reporting through Greg Byrne that Greg Byrne would be surprised if they keep that a mandate, a rule, if they expand to 9 games.
See, I don't like this because we're going to get more of that. It used to be the rat weekend before rivalry weekend. You're going to get more of the directional schools, FCS schools. I don't like that at all.
See, I want the 9 games, Brown, but I also want to keep that rule where you have one Power 5 out-of-conference opponent, and then you can do whatever you want with the other 2 games.
Well, what Greg Byrne may be looking at, though, in saying that, or what the conference might even be looking at, is that, number one, what that rule has done is force these schools to enter into these long-term contracts now, where almost every school in the SEC has that Power 5 team scheduled out now through like 2035. And what they're probably looking at is that coming soon will be an expanded playoff where it's not going to be as penalizing to schedule one of those games and lose it. So they've realized the financial benefit. In other words, this rule is not necessary anymore. I think that's probably what the conference is looking at. Is it's not even a necessary rule.
So you don't think some teams will schedule this rat games?
Some might, but I think your Alabamas and your Georgias and your Auburns and your Tennessees have seen the financial sense it makes to schedule those games, whether it be a made-for-TV game or just a game like Penn State coming to Auburn that helps your season ticket sales.
Right.
Well, how much did that game help Auburn season ticket sales?
I would just ask you guys this. I remember back in the day there were a ton of series that were already planned in advance, years in advance, that were getting canceled.
That's right.
And, whether it was a new coach or a new AD coming on board.
And then they would schedule, La Monroe to replace a game with Florida State.
Right. And now that we've got so many of these marquee made-for-TV games in the future, do you think some of those get canceled or do you think they all stay?
I think a lot of them will stay. I mean, keep in mind, like most schools now have 2 Power 5s scheduled for a lot of their future schedules, which is another indication that we're going to go to an expanded playoff if they're willing to do that. So I think it's almost an outdated rule now. I think you proved your point. You showed the schools that it's beneficial to you to do this, and the schools have followed along, and they've scheduled these way out in advance.
But why force Vandy to do it if Vandy doesn't want to do it, right?
Yeah, because I think what Greg Sankey's probably looking at is we proved our point. Alabama and Georgia in the top tier of the conference, they've seen the benefit of doing this. They're going to continue to do it because they're not idiots. Why hurt Vandy and make them go schedule Northwestern even? Why not? If Vandy wants to play Eastern Michigan, Toledo, and Western Michigan, I don't know why I made them play 3 MAC teams, but if they want to go play 3 MAC teams, if they think they can get 3 wins, let them do it. Who cares? Who cares?
Well, you just hurting your fan base.
Vandy doesn't have a fan base.
Well, that's a good point.
I mean, really, who cares, right? And if Mississippi State, and I don't want to pick on State, but I mean, let's face it, State's been in the bottom tier of the conference for most of their life.
But because of this rule, they had BYU come to Starkville, didn't they?
They absolutely do. And if they're dumb enough to look at that and say that didn't help us, then let them go schedule whatever they want to schedule. The smart teams will see this makes sense. And ultimately, you're not going to need – the whole reason they did that was to bolster the SEC to make sure they were always in good playoff standing. Well, if you've got a 12-team playoff, you're not going to need that. So it's just kind of an outdated rule.
Another thing from the SEC meetings that is being discussed down there after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Johnston RV, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Hey, I got some new news from Johnston RV Center, guys, that right now they have got those Cherokee Alpha Wolf, the 22 SW-L, and many others that are on sale.
Oh, we got a sale going on.
A sale done away.
Yes.
Payments as low as $275 a month with approved credit and 10% down on that Cherokee Alpha Wolf. It features like a juice pack solar power, the step above entry step, abundant interior storage, deluxe outside kitchen. I mean, these things.
So you're telling me $275 a month?
Done away, $275 a month.
What a way to see America.
They've got Alpha Wolves for $289 a month with 10% down and approved credit. for $299 a month with 10% down and approved credit. It goes up the ladder, $329 a month. They've got them, man. They're having an Alpha Wolf sale right there at Johnston RV Center. 2 locations, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. Go see those Cherokee Alpha Wolves now.
Another thing coming out of the meetings, Greg Sankey yesterday said, the SEC's okay with an 8-team playoff if the 12 doesn't get enough legs. He's okay with an 8-team playoff, but they can't have any automatic qualifiers. It's got to be what we have now, 4.
That's the me plan, yeah.
Yeah, that's the 4 like we have now. We're going to do it with 8. You can't put automatic qualifiers in there and have a cap on the number of teams we can get into it as the SEC.
Greg is right on this. He's got the right stance on it, but it never flies.
Yeah, I kind of like the other stance, man. I like the 5 automatics, win conference championship, and 3 wild cards.
Yeah, I think just because you won your conference championship doesn't make you one of the best 5 teams in America. So I want the 8 best teams.
Yeah,
I want the top 5 seeds to be the 5 best teams.
I'm not saying it does, but typically, I would think that one of the Power 5s or almost all the Power 5s will have somebody in the top 10. Typically.
Yeah, I just,
I mean, last year, let's just look at last year. We had Michigan in. They won the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
The ACC, Pittsburgh would have been in. 11-win team. I mean, that would be the outlier.
Yeah, Pac-12 is going to be hard to find somebody.
No, Utah, the way they were playing, I mean, they were a top 10 team.
Yeah. Well, they were a 10-3 team at that point, or 9-3?
Yeah.
10-3 after the conference championship game. I mean, Georgia would have been a wild card. Alabama would have had the auto bid.
Ohio State would have been a wild card.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad playoff. I'm not arguing with you on that. I
mean, I think we still find the eventual champion with that model.
Yeah, and here's the thing done away with when you're – one thing that has concerned me about the automatic qualifiers is just one of these conferences has a crap division and some 7-5 team wins the right game, stumbles in, and catches lightning in a bottle. Now you got an 8-5 team in your college football playoff. But as conferences start to eliminate divisions, less and less of that is likely. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that anymore because you're generally going to have the 2 best teams in your conference playing.
Look, and I'm not saying the NFL model is the best model, but it is the best model. And we've seen 7 and 9s get into the playoffs before.
We have.
And they get bumped and nobody has a problem with it.
Yeah. So that was another thing from SEC meetings. Later on, we'll talk to Jesse Simonton from On3 Sports to start the final hour coming up at 12 Central right here on the next round. But as we do every day, we give you 4 downs, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, a 5th location coming soon to Pell City. Give you more information when we get that. But take your vehicle by, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do a bumper-to-bumper for you and your family. For more information, go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, who retires first, Gronk or Aaron Donald?
Gronk. I mean, he's coming back. I don't think it's been announced yet, but Gronk's coming back.
Have you seen that funny commercial where he plays the dumb guy?
Yeah. He plays that well, too.
I think he gets bored, though. Like, he's doing a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
But he seems like a spender, too.
Yeah, but he'll come back. Whenever Brady leaves Tampa, he'll leave as well. He won't come back after that.
Of course, I say that. Isn't he the guy that's never spent his contractual money?
That's what he says.
Hasn't spent a dime of it, he says.
That's what he says.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
It is very difficult to believe.
He's living all off endorsement money.
Yeah. It's very difficult to believe, but could be true.
And I know we talked about Megatron and Barry Sanders, but you don't walk away after a Super Bowl when you're the most dominant defensive player in the NFL. He will play a couple of more years, one more contract.
At 31, I mean, the money that he can demand. I mean, he's got a family. You got to think about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Second down.
Okay, bigger surprise, Gonzaga has 0 national championships, or the fact that the Yankees haven't been to a World Series in 13 years.
The Yankees.
Yeah, the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Yankees. It's the freaking Yankees. And I mean, I know this is going to sound crazy. You're just talking about making the World Series, not even winning a World Championship.
To put in perspective, so the Rangers have been there twice since the Yankees have been.
Yep.
Your Rays have been there twice. The Royals have been there twice. And teams that are supposed to get there, like the Dodgers, have been there 3 times. This just doesn't make any sense at all.
And they're not doing it on the cheap. It's not like in the last 13 years they stopped spending money and paying luxury tax. They're still spending the same amount of money.
Top 3 payroll every year.
And they're just not getting there. And I mean, they go get Garrett Cole, and has not worked out. It seems like they'll get there this year, though they split with Tampa Bay this past weekend. That surprised me that Tampa's staying within shouting range of them.
Third down.
Okay, better chance of happening. Dustin Johnson wins another major on the PGA Tour, or LeBron wins another NBA championship.
Oh, it's a tough.
DJ.
I would go better chance DJ.
Yeah. Because the courts can't keep him out, Brown. I know we discussed earlier, if you missed it, Dustin Johnson has been announced right now as one of the people that are going to play in the Saudi event in London. And they may try to keep him out, and these agencies may try to keep him out. But at least in the United States, I don't know about the British Open, but in the United States, if this goes to court, how are you going to tell me that I can't provide for my family? I can not take $100 million, and you're going to keep me from playing in the U.S. Open? That just, to me, doesn't fly in court.
Because I think the court would come back. Now, I don't know this, but I think the court would come back and say, yeah, but you were part of a collectively bargained agreement in the PGA Tour. You were part of the bargaining that agreed to this. These
do they?
Yeah.
I thought they were independent contractors.
No, they got the PGA Tour Players Union. Yeah.
So they have some kind of contractual agreement that they have signed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they basically work for the PGA.
Yeah. I mean, their argument is going to be, we work for the PGA, but we're contractual employees for the PGA.
Yeah.
That's going to be their argument. There will be an argument to be made, but I don't think it's open and closed. I don't like the way you've painted it. I'm not telling you can't make a living for your family.
Yeah, but
you've chosen to make a living for your family.
How can some person who's not even a part of our organization, in the U.S. Open's case, how can, we'll call him Woody, play his way in from, Podunk, Alabama, play his way into the U.S. Open, but I can't be in the U.S. Open?
And it's their event. They could take anybody they want.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
I mean, they set the guidelines on.
I would side with freedom in this one.
But
Jimmy America, man.
Jimmy America. But see, your concept of what the U.S. Open is a flawed concept as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's not open to every golfer in the world.
No, they seem to paint it that way.
Yeah,
the Open Championship.
We couldn't just go out there.
No, you got to have a qualifying handicap to begin with.
Well, so, Dustin's got one of those.
Dustin does have one of those, yes.
Now, like your 7-5 analogy in college football, are they afraid Dunaway would get hot, get on a heater,
no,
play his way into the championship?
No, they just don't want his crap golf
with his 89.
They want to slow us up.
Yes.
Okay, fourth down. Andy Griffith would have been 96 today.
Wow.
Morgan Freeman is 84 today. Better career.
Well, I mean, as we sit here in 2022, I would say Morgan Freeman. If you were asking this question in 1972, I'd say Andy Griffith.
Well, he was doing the electric company, if he was even doing it then. I don't know if Morgan Freeman was
Morgan
doing
Freeman
anything.
was in the mid-70s.
Boy, that is.
It's still tough. Andy Griffith's still running.
He was the top entertainer in the game for a minute, right? I mean, when the Andy Griffith show was on, I mean, again, you only had 3 channels back then, and they had a show named after him.
Yeah.
Yep. And he did
Matlock.
He did albums.
Oh yeah, he was a singer.
Gospel singer and comedian. He did stand up too.
Yeah.
This is tough.
That is a tough one.
Morgan Freeman has won an Academy Award, I think.
Morgan Freeman
he's been nominated.
Morgan Freeman never says no. I mean, he does every role he's asked to do.
Yeah, maybe he hasn't won one.
Yeah. God, that's a tough one. I think I'll go Morgan Freeman.
I'd go Morgan Freeman, but
Well,
very
that's a
close.
tough
I'm going to lean it.
Other
Tough.
birthdays today, though. Alanis Morissette. I'm a big fan. 48.
Well, it's funny. So by the pool this weekend, and one of her songs popped up on Pandora.
Was she upset about something in that song?
She was.
Wow.
Yeah. She really
that
was.
one.
But
Was she raking her fingers down anybody's back?
No, it was not that song. You ought to know. But I told the roommate, I'm like, I'm really surprised, although she might have all the money in the world, why she just doesn't have one of these tours just out of nowhere, because she could make $100 million plus.
Who, Alanis Morissette?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't care anything about seeing her, but she'd sell out major venues, don't you think, Rocky?
She would, but also going back to that, he won a Best Supporting Actor. Do you know what film he won?
Yeah, I've seen it now.
It was,
$1 Million Baby.
God.
$1 Million Baby.
Oh, $1 Million Baby.
Directed by Clint Eastwood.
It seems like Alanis Morissette was out recently. She is in some animated show that's coming to Fox.
She was doing their 25th anniversary of Jagged Little Pill before COVID hit, and that was the big thing where I play the album from beginning to end, and then I'll do greatest hits after that. And it was a huge, I think it was a big success because all artists are starting to do that.
But did she get to finish it?
I don't know. I saw something there was a documentary on HBO about her that she didn't like. But she's made some money, man. She's doing good.
By the way, Ronnie Dunn of Brooks and Dunn 69 today. Pat Boone, dead or alive?
Pat Boone, I think, is still kicking.
I think he's still alive.
And I think he's 86.
Yeah, still alive in 88. In Rockstar, do you know the name Ronnie Wood?
From Rolling Stones,
Yeah,
man.
Rolling Stones.
Guitarist from Rolling Stones, still alive.
They've
and
only
birthday
lost
today.
one. That's pretty good.
That is pretty amazing.
And the crazy thing is the Beatles, they lost their two a long time ago. Well, they lost John Lennon a long time ago. George Harrison was...
probably 10 years ago. But then Ringo and Paul are still kicking. Paul's in his 80s, I think, or he's about to be 80.
His tour apparently has been crazy. Stadium tour. He's out now. Yeah. I mean, it pops up on Instagram every night. Somebody on my feed is at the concert, wherever they're playing these.
So does he do old Beatles songs and Wings?
He owns them all, right? Yeah. The Beatles?
I thought Michael Jackson owned the catalog.
I think it came back up where he got to buy it back. I think. I'm not sure.
I think Michael got strapped for cash.
Y'all are going to be shocked. I saw that Beatles movie in IMAX on the rooftop performance.
Yeah.
It's a little shaky.
Why would you go watch that in IMAX?
It was only like 30 minutes long.
I went with Leighton. Leighton likes the Beatles. No, it was about an hour. I was ready to get the hell out of there. IMAX is too overwhelming for me.
We go to a normal theater. I'm trying to think of the scene in Top Gun Maverick that would make you sick.
Maybe the one that almost killed Miles Teller we talked about yesterday.
But it's not shaky at all, I don't think.
It's motion, though, right?
I mean, it is, but I don't think it's crazy. I really don't. And I get motion sickness, and there wasn't one time I even had to close my eyes.
Is not shaky.
Yeah, it is.
But it's the motion of not seeing the landline and the up and down, but it's not really shaky.
So you don't want that waterbed I was going to give you?
No, I told you guys I had to sleep on a waterbed in Kansas for an entire summer.
I'm going to go to bed nauseous and wake up nauseous.
I bet you had a waterbed back in the day.
Well, I did. Would you say...
Did you ever take the sheets off and put the Crisco oil on it?
No, but
slap it like an ass, which sounds like...
I will tell you, because you had the little things down in the side. You had a little crevice between the thing and the water, the bed.
Yeah, don't get a tight shot on him here. I see that.
You could keep a little. You could keep things pockets.
Yeah.
I mean, you
like
keep
a teddy bear.
Now I could keep my phone down in there or things. Just anything.
Yeah.
Wallet. Nice. All right, that is our 4 Downs today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations, soon to be 5th location. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
And as always, this hour being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119, open for lunch. When we come back, Clay Travis gets kicked out of a Little League game. Really? He tells us that story and trash. It's all next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the Ivy League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydrolife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Kopp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, part of our show today being brought to you by our wonderful folks at Nichols Outfitters. Man, Father's Day is coming up. Yesterday was my dad's birthday. You know, a gun would make my dad happy. Maybe I get him a gun for Father's Day.
This is a good hunting rifle, the Christensen Traverse rifle. You purchase one from now until Father's Day, and you get entered into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 right alongside it. If you have an outdoorsman in the household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop the hint to your family. This is the kind of thing that would bring a smile to your face for Father's Day. Purchase a classic Christensen rifle. Enter to win another now till Father's Day. Nichols Outfitters in Pelham.
A big thank you and welcome to the team to Taylor Korn. She'll be our director of social media. She joins the team today, so she'll be up and running our social media accounts by next Monday. Excited to add her to the team, something we've needed since day one.
There's no doubt about it. It's good to be growing, and we're happy to grow with Taylor. So we're fired up about having her aboard, and she'll polish up that social media for us to do it well.
Yeah, trash in just a second with LT, but last night Clay Travis gets kicked out of his son's Little League game, a little to set it up, because this is post-ejection Clay. We don't actually have video of that. We don't know if video exists. But Clay, of course, with a microphone, able to fire back. The umpire doesn't have a microphone. But I'm told that in that game, 2 players from not Clay's son team had already been ejected from the game. And again, this is Little League, for basically slinging your bat after you make a hit. Now, if you've ever coached Little League, it's hard to teach kids as they hit the ball to quickly get rid of the bat and run to first base without sometimes in a constant hitting and slinging the bat, and it flies everywhere. You just usually try to overlook that as an umpire.
Yeah,
but
for perspective, I went to a high school game not long ago, last month, and dude threw his bat so far it hit the top of the dugout.
Yeah,
and went over.
Yeah, it can be dangerous. 2 kids had already been ejected for that on the other team. Clay's son gets ejected for batter interference, and then Clay picks up the rest of the story in his rant from Outkick.
So we're talking about a 6-inning game where he, as the umpire, calls out almost 10% of the batters for rule violations. So when he calls my son out, I say, "You've got to be kidding me." It's exactly what I said. I reacted immediately because of the significance here. So I just say, you've got to be kidding me. And the umpire comes undone. He rips his head off, his cap off. The inning's over, right? And he's like, you can talk about this on the radio if you want, but you can't talk about this like me with me here. You're gone. So he throws me out. So I'm sitting there. By the way, I'm with my dad and my mom. I guarantee you if we sent the tape in to whoever this loser's boss is, they would say, yeah, he was wrong here. It'd be like in the NFL when they make a wrong call and then you send in the tape and they come back and they're like, yeah, upon reviewing it, you're definitely right. They got it wrong. So you want to talk about doing a bad job? That's the very definition of doing a bad job.
Thoughts?
A couple of things. I've never, in all my years of playing and watching, I've never seen a parent been thrown out. You probably have.
I back when I umpired, I had to ask one to leave one time.
Ask one to leave. Yeah. That is not the way that went.
I've been thrown out of games, but I've never actually seen a parent.
Yeah, was Clay coaching or was he in the stands?
No, I think he was in the stands.
Yeah.
And look, I've heard those unchoice words. It's getting a little more liberal the older we get, but I've never seen a parent run like that. So the umpire obviously knew who Clay was.
Yeah,
and was probably trying to make a spectacle of it.
Yeah. I wouldn't have liked the language though if he said that. I probably would have called the coach over and say, hey, you need to get your parents in line, is what I would have done if I was the umpire. But, rules are rules. I don't know if this was like a tournament or anything. It was just a regular game.
He said it was a significant ejection.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're throwing kids out for slinging the bat. I mean, if you want to call them out, that's one thing. Would throw them out of the game?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. It does seem like the guy was a little overboard. On the rule following. But what I've noticed a lot lately is these umpires, nobody wants to be an umpire or a referee anymore because of parents' reaction. So you don't have the best quality of umpires anymore in Little League, in youth events, even in high school. Very few people want to do it anymore.
Yeah, I enjoyed it for a little bit. The coaches were almost as bad as the parents, though.
Yeah, because coaches are usually...
Well, they are parents.
But they're also living out their own little fantasy of coaching, so they think they've got to act like Nick Saban or whoever the greatest baseball coach is in the world, and chew the umpire a little bit or chew the referee a little bit. Wimp, when he was on the sidelines, everybody wanted to be Wimp when they were coaching youth basketball. Interesting. Clay Travis tossed from a game controversy continues. I'm sure the umpire will get to clap back on a microphone somewhere soon. We'll open up. Hey, if he wants to call the show, we'll put the umpire on. Let's do trash here. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Congratulations, The Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs. You don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So one of my friends from Decatur just sent me this text. He knows me pretty well, too. Saw Top Gun Maverick. You wouldn't stand a chance. It's like a helmet cam on an Olympic luge track.
Okay, we'll see.
No, we won't. I'm going to wait. Dunaway just wants me to puke.
If I pay for your ticket, will you go and walk out if you get sick? Just walk out if you start to feel bad.
Yeah, but I'll have to do what you did and go solo because I don't want to, have to sit there and leave somebody or wait.
I just don't think it was that bad.
Okay,
I watched
it. We'll talk about it. People strolling through downtown L.A. Saturday afternoon were shocked to find a man hiding in a tree holding a meat cleaver. There's got to be video of this.
There's footage, but you can't really. You just see legs dangling from a tree. You can't really see anything.
His cleaver?
Yeah, you can't see his cleaver. You can't see Miss Cleaver.
According to the police, the man, described only as a Hispanic male in his 20s, was wielding a meat cleaver and was chopping down branches and reportedly scared people that were passing by. I would
say that is,
After 4 hours, man finally climbed down, was taken into custody. He was taken for a psych evaluation. Probably good.
Yeah. Meat cleaver. How long can that last stay sharp?
Apparently 4 hours, being a tree chopping branches for 4 hours.
Do you guys believe lions, the king of the jungle, can have different kind of haircuts?
Oh, sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, we've got one in China. I bet Rockstar's got video here.
No, but this is not natural, right? Somebody has cut the hair of this lion, do you think, Rockstar?
No, this is natural.
No, okay.
No, I would imagine that. I mean, look at that.
Is that not natural?
I am here to eat you.
I don't know what life's about, man. It's just worthless.
That is not natural.
You don't think that's natural?
That thing has been trimmed up. I mean, look at the face. There's no whiskers that are flying right anywhere.
A zebra would laugh at that.
I mean, he just walked out of the zoo.
I had a salon appointment earlier today.
No, the zoo mentioned the hairstyle was likely caused by humidity in the area.
That's obvious.
My hair gets
They
all
said that
frizzy.
lions also, quote, groom themselves by licking their fur, which can change appearances in their mane over time. So they are not taking credit for this. They said they would never dare cut the lion's mane. I mean, hell, who would? You'd have to put it out cold, right? I don't think that's... You know how kids are tough to get their hair cut when they're like 4 or 5.
You don't think Ronnie could get that lion to sit still in his chair?
Did we not have a sportscaster locally that kept the same haircut like that for a while?
I'm trying to think of whose haircut that is.
It's somebody's haircut. I'm trying to remember who it was. It wasn't Kirby Smart's for a while, was it?
Kirby had the Caesar.
That's 80s music. I'm trying to think of the lead that actually... I think Mick Mars had that hair, but it was dark.
White Snake had that hair.
Yeah, do Mick Mars real quick, if you don't mind, when I get to this next one. So I thought it was a little untraditional when Wendy's went from the original Frosty to vanilla.
I did not like the vanilla.
They've got strawberry Frosty coming soon.
It's been a while since I've had an actual Frosty. Boy, Mick Mars wears a hat a lot of the time, Lance. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah,
I'm thinking exclusively wears a hat.
I think you missed on his hair. His face looks more like the lion.
That's true. That's where you were getting sucked in.
Yeah, maybe it's the Shout at the Devil, the cover of that album. But anyway, I'll try this out. I like strawberry milkshakes. You guys?
I do too, but I want my Frosty to be a Frosty. And if I want a strawberry milkshake, I'll go to Hamburger Heaven and get a strawberry milkshake.
Rockstar pulled up the photo. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, well, it's described as a strawberry Frosty featuring a classic vanilla Frosty blended with fruity strawberry flavored syrup.
You know what I saw right down here on TV5 before trash started was the commercial for that Arby's cheeseburger. Looks pretty good.
Well, it's a short run. It's not going to be there forever. So I bet they make it good, but for a short period of time. There's the haircut you were thinking of.
Yeah, it is. It's Mark Davis.
That's who I was thinking of.
Owner of the Raiders.
Yeah. Now you got to go back to the lion.
But he cuts his own hair.
You got to go back. So there's a lion.
He looks like a...
You're trying to tell me.
Okay, now go back to Mark Davis. Does he look like a former handicapper we know?
Oh, I've always
100%.
felt that. I've always felt that, yeah.
Yep.
Hello, Birmingham.
Right to the lion's junk.
What if Mark Davis on the Lions, Rockstar? That would be perfect.
All right, Lunsford or Forrester, before this over with, take the face and put it inside the lion's body.
Yes.
That's exactly
Mark
what
Davis's face on the lion is everything else. Right? The Photoshop.
Yes.
You like the all-white suit and just a lapel of the Raiders?
I do.
Yeah.
That family did not give a you-know-what about the way they look.
No.
Still don't.
Here are some great headlines from the past few years. Woman arrested after training squirrels to attack her ex-boyfriend.
Okay, now go get the nuts.
Oh, wow. That was
pretty good.
Yeah, but the clap. Yeah, the delivery was good.
Yeah.
It was a good joke.
Here's another one. Boy 10 steals parents' car to visit grandparents 68 miles away, then tells police that he's a dwarf who has forgotten his license.
I almost got away with it. Man had a plan.
I want to hire this kid now. Here's another great headline from the past few years. Antisocial woman pretends to be blind for 28 years so she wouldn't have to greet people.
I mean, that is a long way to go.
That's a commitment to the craft.
That's a Larry David move.
It really is.
28 years.
Remember in Seinfeld, though, one time Elaine pretended she was deaf so that she didn't have to talk to the car person.
The limo
person,
driver.
The limo
She
driver.
found out that there was a concert that she wanted to go to.
And here's our final great headline. Woman chugged an entire $200 bottle of cognac rather than give it to airport security.
Just a second.
You don't remember much about that flight then, do you?
I've seen that a bunch, though. Roommate's cousin, when we were going into 2019 LSU Alabama at Bryant Denny, got caught because of the metal top on the miniatures. And
so he just killed them all?
Yeah, she killed one.
Yeah.
The one that was at her 30th birthday party? God, I loved her.
Yeah, Lauren.
She was fantastic.
Yeah, she's fun.
Yes.
Okay, dinner facts for you guys real quick. These are good. Pop Rocks, Tang, and Cool Whip, all invented by one person, Dr. William A. Mitchell.
He was a genius.
Are you guys
serious?
brilliant?
Yeah.
So which is the best of the three?
What are they
Cool
again?
Whip?
Pop
Whip.
Rocks, Tang, and Cool Whip. Yeah, Cool Whip, then Pop Rocks and Tang for me. I don't like
too.
it.
I
Not
never
a
was a
big
big Tang guy, but Pop Rocks didn't do a whole lot for me either.
Same with you.
Cool Whip, way above.
Cool Whip is great.
Yep.
And if you're not parenting correct, if you don't at one point with the kids, everybody get their own Cool Whip and just shoot it, just sit there as you're making Sundays.
This next dinner fact, this is pretty awesome if it's true. Flo Rida tests his upcoming songs at strip clubs first to see if girls are dancing to it before releasing them.
That's where they're going to end up.
I think Flo Rida has made up an excuse to go to a strip club. Is what I think.
That's where they're going to end up.
This one's awesome. Well, I'm going to save this one for last. Men are twice as likely to engage in gambling as women, 69% compared to 36%. By the way, that math doesn't add up.
All right, say that again. Start over.
Men are twice as likely to engage in gambling as women, 69% to 36%.
Oh, no, it's not.
And they are 2.5 times more likely to have gambling problems. It's not surprising.
Yeah.
And finally, the final dinner fact, in the 1790s, the guillotine was so popular that toy replicas were being sold to kids to behead their dolls and rodents. And the wealthy had tiny ones on their dining table for slicing bread.
Seriously, man, that was a...
Cut me a piece of bread.
That's like a family fit. They're cutting somebody's head off today. Let's go.
They got to bring that back.
The old guillotine? You want some guillotine?
Well, I just want
right,
the
everybody want a
model.
slice of bread? Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Cutting cigars.
That is trash today.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
And the show being brought to you as well by Rockstars Guy.
It is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is the third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you'll make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Jesse Simonton at the top of the hour from the SEC meetings down on the Gulf Coast. When we come back, the 30 most hated players in Major League Baseball right now from Bet Online Sports. Can you name number one? See if you can do that in the commercial break. Back in a second on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, That color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper.
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys a little sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A video that's running there in the commercial break, if you're watching us on Twitch or Twitter or Facebook or on our YouTube channel, was our conversation about Ozark, the Mystery Fifth Hour video form. You get that audio and video now on the Mystery Fifth Hour. I love that's out in the lobby. I love that red wall behind us. Makes that whole video pop there.
Does.
Really
we need
good,
to do more stuff out there.
Really good looking stuff, which is why it was designed that way. Yeah. That colored wall that you designed way back almost a year ago today.
It's hard to believe it's been that long. That's where we have those really detailed meetings, though.
Yep.
Where Brown actually
turns it into a comedy sketch. A comedy sketch
show. That's where he gets caught up on his IG, man, in our weekly meetings.
Yeah. Check the video segment 3 today.
I typically pre-read trash during that meeting.
Yeah.
I do.
I just try not to say anything so they'll get over.
Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Hey, if you're a golfer, tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialists at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today, precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
I saw Trevor Bauer, Josh Donaldson. I saw the 2017 Astros. And one Braves fan, I believe it was Brooks, said Freddie Freeman's on his list of the 30 most hated players.
Wow.
You've got a list there, LT. Walk us through some of those.
Yeah. So here's the way it worked. Now, the graphics are based on Twitter data from opening day until the end of May. And what they do is they track Major League Baseball players with the most negative tweets, such as, I hate Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what we've got.
Which is true.
I'll start from the back of significance. Freddie Freeman's actually 17th on the list.
So he's 17th most hated player.
Yeah. I bet a lot of that is from Braves fans.
Probably so, yeah.
Because he's kind of a hard guy. Even though I was kind of anti-Braves, I never minded Freddie Freeman. Just seems like one of the nice guys in the sport.
He
right?
really does.
Number 16 on the list, Shohei Ohtani is actually on here.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, when you're good, you're going to get some negative stuff.
That's true.
Number 15, Foresters guy Tim Anderson.
Tim Anderson just had a little spat there.
Number 13, Browns guy Juan Soto.
He brings a lot of extra mustard. Juan Soto does.
I'm not sure I've seen Juan Soto play enough meaningful baseball to hate him.
You didn't watch the World Series back in 2019?
It's been a while.
He was pretty good.
He was pretty good in that one.
Number 11, Josh Donaldson. I think if this came out next week, it probably would be a little worse for Josh Donaldson. Number 9 on the list, Ronald Acuna for the Braves.
Really?
Yeah. Number 8 is Mike Trout. Jumping to number 6, Trevor Bauer. And here is your top 5. Carlos Correa from the Twins, former Astro. Number 4 is Max Scherzer. Was your boy, then my boy, now the Mets boy. Number 3 on here, no surprise, Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper. Wow, there's 2 worse than Bryce Harper?
Jose Altuve.
That goes back to the cheating deal, yeah.
The interesting number 1 is Manny Machado from the Padres. I didn't like him as a Dodgers fan when he was with the Dodgers. He's really good, but you're talking about a guy that's just, I don't know.
Ironically, Manny Machado, one of the guys in the old fantasy football league we've heard a lot about. More on that after you tell us about the great folks at Odie's.
Again, Rockstar, it's Wednesday night, and that means...
Hey, trivia. That's trivia.
Is that trivia?
Odie's Team Trivia. Come out tonight. You're going to absolutely love it. It's a ton of fun. We get started about 8 o'clock. Get there a little early. Get some of those ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light and some of the delicious food from Rodney Davis. Come out and see me, Rocky, and Will Haver. It's Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, so it turns out that in this fantasy football league that had Tommy Pham slap Jock Peterson, Mike Trout was the commissioner of this league.
I saw that. How do all these guys get together from all these different organizations?
It's weird. And why do they go to this much effort?
And Manny Machado was in the league as well with Tommy Pham and Jock Peterson. It was a bunch of them. And I think I saw, was it $10,000 a head to get in, or was it $100,000?
It's got to be 10.
I'll try to chase that down on what it was to get in.
I bet it was 100, because what I would say is you could find 8 guys on a 25-man roster, incling the coaching staff that are Major League Baseball salaries that would do a $10,000
if I had
buyout.
$100,000, I mean, I forgot to set my lineup all the time. If you had $100,000 in a league and forgot to set your lineup, how bad do you feel about that?
Well, that's why Jock Peterson gets slapped. He didn't get slapped over $10,000.
Yeah. So there was a lot of money involved in this, and that's why all this went down. Now, Rockstar Cut 2, Tommy Pham, he had a conversation with the Cincinnati Enquirer, and he's trying to put this to rest of slapping Jock Peterson. But apparently he said in the chat with everyone that Mike Trout was a horrible commissioner. Said he was horrible, but I don't want to be the effing commissioner. He didn't want to be the effing commissioner, but somebody had to do it, so we put it on Mike Trout, but he was horrible at it. And then here's Tommy Pham explaining to him how Jock Peterson was messing with his money.
You know, there's some shit that went on in fantasy, you know, but what he forgot to tell you guys too, you know, he said some disrespectful shit in a text message, and I called him out on it. So it was regarding, you know, my former team. I didn't like that, and I didn't like the sketch going on in the fantasy. We had too much money on the line, you know. So you look at it like, you know, there's a code. And with my money, then you're gonna say some disrespectful. You know, there's a code to this.
So here is the GIF that Jock Peterson sent in that text chain of fantasy football that made Tommy Pham so mad that he's not even with that team anymore. But the next time he saw Jock Peterson, he had said in there, I'm going to, quote, pimp slap him. And he lived up to his words. Here's the GIF right here. Remember, Pham was with the Dodgers.
These are the Padres.
I mean, excuse me, with the Padres to the right.
Oh.
Boom. That's what he sent, and that's what made Pham so upset.
Hilarious.
Oh. Well, you wanted honesty. Pham gave it to you there,
He
right?
did. Boy, he did.
And I'll tell you this.
Colorful language.
If I'm Mike Trout and they made me be commissioner, I'm fining one of my guys for calling me out publicly. I didn't want to do this job. And he's going to throw me under the bus.
And when the first time I heard him explain it, I thought, when Jock was explaining, I thought this is the joke. It was something else going on, and he has come up with a great story saying this is about fantasy football to the media. I was like, I can't believe they're doing follow-up questions. I would have been laughing the entire time. I mean, that's funny. What really happened? But apparently that really happened. An amazing story, one we'll talk about for years to come. Top of the hour here, we'll talk to Jesse Simonton on 3 Sports down at the SEC meetings. When we come back, the show being brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing, right there off the I-65 exit at the corner of 119 and 31 behind the Purple Onion. This is not a fight club. It's a chance to train your mind and your body using the sport of boxing. 20 years of U.S. boxing training experience there. Unbelievable. Champions Boxing AL on Facebook. Champions Boxing AL on Facebook. Check these folks out. An unbelievable opportunity for you to get in shape this spring and summer with our friends at Champions Boxing. Check them out on Facebook today. The easiest way to find them. Champions Boxing AL. Back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143, or mydrytech.com. Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Here at Mountain Dew, we'd like to remind you, life doesn't always have to be so serious. You gotta know what's important and what's not important. Here's a checklist. Not forgetting your mom's birthday? Important. Knowing how to tie a tie? Not important. Standing up for your friends? Important. Keeping a diary? Not important. Rooting for your team even when they're down? Important. Always keeping some Mountain Dew in the fridge? Important. Sharing it with friends? Important. Trying all the different bold flavors of Mountain Dew? Important. Like Mountain Dew Spark? Important. Mountain Dew Major Melon? Important. Mountain Dew Code Red? Important. Mountain Dew Voltage? Important. Mountain Dew Livewire? Important. Doing it all in 20 minutes? Not important. Enjoying the fact that Mountain Dew lets you experience the awesome kick of dew in so many ways? Important. Okay, maybe not as important as knowing your mom's birthday, but important. That's our checklist. Memorize it, because there's gonna be a test. But passing that test? Not important. Really, it's not. Experience the boldest flavors on Earth. Do the do.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of the next round, final hour of the show. A lot today on DJ going to the Saudis to play golf. We've talked a lot about the SEC meetings, and we'll do more of that. The final hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Baumhauer's. And our spotlight today of the Baumhauer's will be what's going on down on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, our friend Bob Baumhauer, the first to deliver Alabama's taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa on the Strip. In fact, he actually had to give them away for the first few years.
Give them away.
40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. And don't forget about his Inflation Sucks menu, where you can get a $7.99 tailgate burger right now. Stop in Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, let's go down to the SEC spring meetings. Jesse Simonton covering them for On 3 Sports. He's with us now with the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up down in Destin?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people thought this was going to be all about Jimbo Fisher and Nick Saban, and certainly watching the national reaction to this, that's what they wanted. But there really has, I know a lot of people have been asked about it, but there hasn't been much Jimbo Fisher, Nick Saban to this, has there?
Not yet, but I will tell you guys, Jimbo was not scheduled to speak today, and then suddenly he is on the docket to talk at 1:30 p.m., so he's going to be in the theater. That was something that was not previously scheduled. He was expected just to kind of sneak on out here after the ADs and football coaches hold some of their final votes this afternoon. So we'll see. I think this is kind of TBD now. That was, I think the popcorn had kind of fizzled out and it had gotten a little stale after, yesterday afternoon, but maybe we're reheating it and getting ready for round 2 or round 3, because Jimbo is going to say something. There's no way he's not going to respond, even to Nick, just basically kind of just poo-pooing the whole issue yesterday.
Any inside intel, Jesse, on how the initial meeting went between Nick and Jimbo, though?
It's honestly, it sounds like it was pretty professional and cordial, all things considered, only because Kiffin even kind of alluded to it, but, some other folks behind the scenes noted as much. Like, there's a lot that needs to be discussed, and a lot of these guys have real opinions about more than just that one topic or the one brouhaha. And the fact that I think Jimbo was the chair of the meeting, he's the chair of the SEC coaches this year, which was kind of a unique deal because he had to lead a lot of these discussions. So I don't think he could quite puff his chest out maybe as much, behind closed doors. Even again, Kiffin noted as much. He said, it's almost like texting. Do you tell the folks, something to their face, or would you rather just text it to them? And so I think we may find that out again at 1:30 p.m., but I think the meetings themselves, were productive and cordial.
Jesse Simonton's with us on 3 Sports. You see his name pop up in our morning rounds occasionally with our top reads every day at nextroundlive.com. You've spent a long time covering Tennessee and Florida in this league. Does this remind you a little bit of young Lane Kiffin and Urban Meyer? Does it go all the way back to Phil Fulmer and Alabama fans? Does this Jimbo Nick stir up any memories for you?
I'm a little bit young. I was an SEC fan during the whole Spurrier, Fulmer, and then the Fulmer Alabama doesn't go to SEC media days. That was back when I was just a kid fan of the SEC football. It absolutely does. I think this is the first real contentious coach v. coach debate or battle feud, whatever you want to call it, spat since Kiffin Urban, because Jimbo clearly isn't afraid to kind of throw a big right-hand hook But I think the irony of it all is while Saban has been, quote unquote apologetic, I think it's almost been more like I'm above this fray. Yes, I made a mistake mentioning Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher by name, but I'm really talking about a larger issue. I like Jimbo, and if he doesn't like me, whatever. And again, maybe there's 3 Pinocchios on everything that Saban's saying, but it does kind of seem like he has, since his initial comments, been almost like, yeah, I'm above this. I got the rings. I know you beat me last year, but we'll find out what happens on October 8th. I'll say this though. The man sliced bread, that guy deserves free tickets on October 8th, because the amount of, news and stuff in an off season that he has generated, whoever this fake message board character name, whatever. I mean, that guy absolutely should be sitting on the 50-yard line in Tuscaloosa here in a couple months.
Jesse Simonton with us from down in Destin at the SEC spring meetings. He is with On3 Sports. You can follow him on Twitter at JesseRESimonton.com. That's where you find him on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Now, the real story, though, that would come out of this, I don't even know if we'll have any resolution coming out of it, and that's the future of SEC scheduling, Jesse. Do you think there will be any indication, any concrete, anything about what the future of the SEC schedule and division, no division might look like coming out of this meeting?
I don't think that we're ultimately going to have a final decision by Friday morning or tomorrow afternoon. But I do think, and Sankey and many of the coaches have alluded to it as much, I do think something's going to happen much sooner than later. The fact that Texas and Oklahoma do not have representatives here, they have still been there has been communication between the parties. So they very much are kind of a participatory fly on the wall of these discussions. And right now the SEC has really narrowed it down to two formats, 2 models, proposals, however you want to see it. The 1-7, no divisions, but sticking with 8 games, and you would have 1 permanent opponent. So Alabama would have Auburn, and then they would rotate the 7 other teams with 7 other teams in the league. The other format is the 3-6, a 9-game schedule, 3 permanent opponents, 6 rotating opponents. The power brokers of the league, the Alabamas, Georgias, Floridas, they prefer the 9-game schedule. It gives obviously more butts in the seats. It's going to generate, better games, more TV revenue, so more money for the schools. Yes, it's a harder slate, which is why, kind of the smaller, or I wouldn't say lesser programs, or the programs that aren't, kind of carrying the big stick, prefer that 8-game model. So right now that's kind of the contentious. I think ultimately I would, if I was a betting man right now, lean towards the 9-game slate happening, but we'll find out. They're still having these discussions, and they're going to hammer that out, over the next, I would say something happens again much sooner than later.
You mentioned Texas and Oklahoma. Any buzz out there behind the scenes on when they could possibly join the conference?
That honestly, I've been a little bit surprised at that. I think because of the Saban, Jimbo stuff, and then NIL, I think really dominated a lot of the discussion on day one. There hasn't been a lot of even bubbling behind the scenes Texas, Oklahoma stuff aside from just the general scheduling.
So if you have to leave, please do. We don't want you to miss the Jimbo news conference if he decides to do it at any second. So,
good. Appreciate it.
Basketball is there as well, and the other sports, they roll in, the ADs. If you're a basketball coach in the SEC with all this change going on in football, are you just drinking pina coladas out by the pool? What are the basketball coaches doing?
They're having a good time. I met Chris Johns for the first time, the new Mississippi State head coach, and he was he was enjoying it. He's like, man, no one's really talking to me. They're all, scrambling to everybody else. And I think a lot of the coaches feel that way. I think there's some football coaches that are, the Sam Pittmans of the world here that are they're just kind of chilling, and they're like, they're kind of above the fray, and everyone wants to talk to Kiffin, Kirby, and so on. So it's certainly been an interesting first, 36, 42 hours here in Destin so far.
All right, he is Jesse Simonton. You can follow him at JesseRESimonton on Twitter, and you can also read him at On3 Sports, on3sports.com. Jesse, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy your stay down there as much as you can.
Absolutely. Y'all stay tuned for Jimbo 1:30.
Cannot wait. Is that 1:30 Central?
1:30 Central.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank
See
you,
you guys.
Jesse. Last time he
Appreciate it.
hastily called one. It was very entertaining.
Yeah, so it'll be fun.
Yeah.
And appreciate. Oh, we haven't said Jesse on this show so much since our great caller. What would he say to end the call?
Roll Tide, Jesse.
Roll Tide, Jesse. Good days. Jesse used to cover Tennessee.
Pick
says
three,
Vol.
right?
Yep, pick three. He'd give his pick three and then give us a Roll Tide, Jesse. Volfan 205. Jesse used to cover Tennessee. He's awesome. He really does a good job with On3 Sports. Worked covering the Vols at one point. I think he covered the Gators at one point.
I think in college,
as well.
Yeah.
So it works out good. One of the great SEC writers. Speaking of great SEC writers, Jerry Tipton, longtime writer, Lexington Herald leader, is retiring at the end of June. And he is a guy who's covered Kentucky sports since 1982. Done it for a long time. The beat writer up there, one of the great reads in the SEC. So, he's retiring. You don't read as much from Tony Barnhart as you used to. Some great SEC writers. You don't get to see as much of as you used to back in the day.
Jerry was the voice, at least in writing, the voice of basketball in the Southeastern Conference.
Absolutely.
Because he wrote in Lexington, right, in the hotbed of SEC basketball. And I think all the coaches knew and respected Jerry. So, yeah, that old guard moving away, and we'll see less and less of that. The newspaper industry is not what it once was.
Yeah, that's sort of sad, too. Jerry Tipton was one of those guys. Tony Barnhart, Feinbaum back when he wrote columns. Those were the guys I always look forward to reading on Sundays,
Feinbaum's one of those guys that doesn't seem to age.
He does not. I saw him on First Take this morning out by the beach. He looked younger than he, looked 10 years ago.
But
probably.
I just remember as a kid in middle school reading his columns, and the picture looked the same as Paul does today.
He really has an age.
Is he a wizard?
He's Benjamin Button.
Benjamin Button. Speaking of looking young, Dr. B's doing that for LT right now.
We're trying, Dunaway. We are trying. Look, when you get old, unfortunately, things fall apart. Things start to fall out. That's what was happening with the hair. Look, if you think you might be having early hair loss, be preventative. Get in, see my friend Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. Beckenstein, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that meeting. We went over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Give Dr. B a call today. He's got a wide range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures he's been performing for 20 years here in Birmingham. Call 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Make sure you tell Dr. Beckenstein the guys from the Next Round sent you.
Hey, remember tonight the Legion play at home down at Protective Stadium. The USFL is at Legion Field this weekend. Friday, Saturday is the Stallions game at 2 o'clock, and then a couple of games on Sunday, all at Legion Field, because tonight, after the Legion FC play at Protective Stadium, Garth Brooks folks take over Protective Stadium and get set up for Saturday night's concert.
Oh, and you guys will be there, right?
I will be there.
Yeah,
Are
I'll
you
be
going
there.
still?
Oh, yeah. I've got 4 tickets. Of course I'm
All
going.
right.
Yeah. I'm
How
on the
about that?
field, I think, row 31.
Look at Donald.
Look me up, row 31.
Wow.
Pastor Maggie going?
Pastor Maggie's going. I quizzed her yesterday. She's not a big country music fan. I said, name me 3 Garth Brooks songs.
Now, are you a fan?
Friends in Low Places, not one of them she named.
Wow. Are you a fan, or is this Jimmy FOMO?
A little of both.
Okay.
Little of both.
Because I know that's why you went to see Top Gun.
Probably, yeah. Probably, yeah.
Took him a while.
Well, I mean,
it was his first movie in decades.
Well, I was bored, and I didn't want to go to the pool by myself because I was in the middle of gaining 7 pounds over the weekend.
You really think people could tell that when you're at the pool, though?
I felt
and they look at Dunaway and like, oh my god!
I felt a little bloated.
Last time he was at the pool, he was 7 pounds lighter.
And then, so I said, "What am I going to do? I got a little time here by myself." So I said,
"I'll go eat a bucket of popcorn."
So I did. I went and ate a small popcorn, drank a bucket of diet soda though, and saw Top Gun Maverick. And do not remember now. I may have been buried in the popcorn during the scene everyone's talking about, but I do not think you would get sick.
They said on a luge, a helmet can on a luge.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
I think it's edited so fast you don't get sick.
I do laugh at that when people are like, hey, let's go out and grab some. No, I'm going to the beach this weekend. Can't eat that. I'm like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, you think people are going to be able to look at you at the beach and tell that you ate a milkshake?
No, I can understand if somebody's doing like a calendar shoot.
Well, yeah. But I'm just going to the beach.
I've got to know what my pool plans were.
Dunaway wants to show the abs off, then I kind of
I'm
understand.
a little bloated on that noodle.
Speaking of Garth Brooks, when I was at the beach, a Ford Bronco drove by, and I was paying zero attention. And
on the beach or just by the
road? The road,
okay.
Like when you're coming off the beach.
Celebrity sighting coming here, I bet.
Well, I didn't, but everybody around me was like, that was Luke Bryan.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, he's got a house right down there.
That's what everybody said, yeah.
I think everybody, unfortunately for Luke, knows where he lives now.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Luke. Yeah, I don't think it's
I
behind
think
a
girls
gate.
go out there and they scream.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Luke! Welcome to the club, Luke.
Which, I mean, would be convenient for Luke. He doesn't need Tinder.
Yeah, I bet Luke doesn't hate it entirely.
Yeah, hey, the one in the fuchsia? No, not you. Yeah, that one.
Is Luke married?
I like how you look at me. I have no idea.
I'm going to say no.
You're going to say no.
Yeah. Forster finally has got up to the lingo undefeated.
Luke Bryan. I don't see. Oh, he's got a. Oh, yeah, he's married.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then she really doesn't like it.
Yeah. You guys get away from the fence.
She needs to get Wayne's to control them, doesn't she?
The pest
Just
control.
Spray them.
All right. When we come back, we got these over-unders win totals. I'm going to participate in a state bet where I've got to get 5 of 7 right.
I'm going to wait to do mine until after you do yours.
These guys are going to give you their 5. We looked at the same list of Power 5 teams in Notre Dame, and we picked out the ones that we think are shoo-ins, that would be wins, that we'd put our hard-earned American money on. We'll give those to you next. I go over on all 7 of mine. No unders for me, all overs.
I'm leaning 5 overs.
I've got 5 overs as well.
But I'm thinking about putting a couple of unders because I figured everybody would go overs.
All mine are overs. I bet we duplicate these to a T. We'll see when we come back on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1 or callwaynes.com. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you.
It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to, just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
I do love pineapple.
Update the Cowan Equipment poll question for us, Brownie. You sent a couple out in the last couple of days, and that's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
All of our poll questions are at Next Round Live. At Next Round Live is where you go to vote on all of our poll questions. Do you have a burner number you give out when you don't want to share yours? 83% of the people that voted said, I do have a burner number that I give out. 17%, of course, said no. You think that's high, low, 83%? Is that about what you...
That's higher than I thought. I do not have one.
Yeah. Now that I've told you mine, you can't use mine, too, because I don't want to be in the same situation. Well, wait a minute. That's
you don't use Chuck's.
No, I want to use his.
I want to use that for our new call-in line. I got poo-pooed yesterday.
I don't think you're going to be able to peel it away from Cameron's hands.
Yeah.
I thought Cameron was a fan of the show.
Cameron's a huge sports guy.
No, he likes to wear our gear, but I don't think he's ever listened to us one time.
Those are our favorite kind. Spends money with us, doesn't take up the airways.
Nothing like hammering home a number for a full year and then changing it. This is a terrible idea.
I still don't know our number, though.
Brown, what's the number?
7340923.
Yeah.
And we say it all the time.
We don't say it enough. And I don't.
205-734-0923.
And I'm the one that says it the most, and I have to look it down every time. That's why I have it written right here.
Yeah, I made sure
205-734-0923.
I wrote it down last Thursday where I would have it for the Friday show.
Yep.
And I might have thrown it out twice, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, that's on you.
I know it is.
We never built our show around the phone calls. So
205-734-0923.
My swing hit it hard at the
Chuck line would be big.
I've already got the other memorized.
I know. How
so
could you
easy.
not?
So easy.
Brown, you got it too, don't you?
I can't remember the numbers that were involved. I know it's 3 of 1 and then 4 of 1.
That's right.
But I can't remember the exact numbers. I could probably guess it.
Yeah.
I do remember one of them because
I know.
It starts out scary. Do you think a professional sports team owner has ever had someone killed? 78% say yes, 22% say no.
You're naive if you don't think.
But, I mean, do you know what a step it is to have somebody killed?
Yeah. There's a lot of people that have contracts.
Now, we just said professional sports team owner.
I should say a lot, but enough.
We just said professional sports team owner and probably should have said Major League Baseball, NHL.
I did.
And I know, but we didn't in the poll question because I think a lot of people probably were thinking some of these soccer teams.
Yeah,
there's a little bit of
Saudi golf leagues.
There's a little bit of crossover there. We need to. Well, I think it's 100% the guy rock star over the Saudi golf league had somebody killed. The CIA said that.
Not just killed, but beheaded and dismembered.
Speaking of which, Red Bird Capital just spent $1.3 billion and bought AC Milan, which seems like a steal at $1.3 billion. But they already own Liverpool and the Boston Red Sox. So now they own a Italian sports team, AC Milan.
I mean, those teams seem like a license to print money.
Yeah, you would think. So AC Milan is not in the Premier League?
No, they're in a different league. But they compete in the Champions when they win their league, and they're able to play in the Europa.
Wasn't that kind of a conflict of interest?
Some people would say so. Money talks, man.
Hey, when I was down in Destin, we went to that shopping center joint, and they got a Puma store there, and I was like, give me some more Puma golf gear. They didn't have a lot of Puma golf gear in there, but you know what they had all over the store is that F1 stuff.
Yeah.
Like everything in the store was F1.
Did you get you something?
Yeah, I did not.
That doesn't seem like a big F1 market.
What, Destin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but that Puma store was covered up in it.
Destin seems like the place that if your driver was in for a championship and it was the last race and they had to print T-shirts, championship T-shirts for both, and your guy lost, they would ship that to the Puma store at Destin.
Oh, that's a Dave Blaney shirt.
Yeah. All right, let's do college football right here. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. It's a little Vulcan Tire, little stake bet, if you will. I got to get 5 of these 7 I'm going to give out. These 2 are going to give out 5 too, but it'll have nothing to do with our stake bet. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. These guys are awesome. 4 locations right now, soon to be 5th location in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
Easiest one on the board for me, Ohio State over the 10.5. I'll take Ohio State over the 10.5. Nobody's beaten this team twice in the regular season.
Just happened last year.
Did not have it on my list, but I agree with you that it goes over.
No, I've got them down, but it did just happen last year. We just saw it last year.
Will not happen this year. I mean, have you seen C.J. Stroud?
He's good.
Yeah, all those receivers. You see them in the Rose Bowl?
And they're non-conference. It's Notre Dame, and they're a much better team than Notre Dame. They'll be a 2-touchdown favorite in that game.
I'm glad you bring up Notre Dame because I don't have them.
I don't either.
Yeah. I think my riskiest pick is Oregon over the 8.5.
I would say that's a little risky.
Yep.
New head coach, new quarterback.
Only because you're pretty certain they start with an L.
That's right.
That
means they've got to win 9 of 11.
That's right.
Yeah, but I'll take Oregon.
Okay.
Do not have them. You only got to get 5 of 7 though.
Yep. My next riskiest pick is Texas over the 8.5.
Ooh, I do not like that one. Mm-hmm.
Texas over the 8.5.
Hugely risky.
Again,
starts with an L. They start with an L.
And then you paint yourself into a corner, Jim, because I've got Oklahoma over 8.5.
I like you threading needles here.
Yep.
Wow.
So one of those both are going to have a loss, or Texas is going to be 2 losses if they lose the Red River and can't lose again.
That's right. Yeah. Good luck on that. They lose the Red River and Alabama.
But remember, I just have to get 5
I do remember
of
that.
these 7.
Yep.
I've got Utah over 8.5.
Yeah.
Seems like an easy
I
one.
had that one too. That seems like the easiest one on the board. But Vegas lands, as much as you say it and others say Utah's the best team in the Pac-12, you know who doesn't believe that is Las Vegas.
Yep. And for some of these, NC State, I'll take them over 8.5. I like that one a lot too, over 8.5. And then my last one is only because we discussed on this show just how easy their out-of-conference schedule is. Give me Kentucky over the 7.5.
Yeah, we're going to have some duplication.
Yeah, we do have some duplication. Now,
Kentucky
the list Dunaway sent us did not have every team, so that's why we're going to have some duplication.
I do.
We had a lot of them, not everyone.
I will tell you, I like your Kentucky, NC State, Utah, and Ohio State. I do not like your Oregon, Texas, or Oklahoma.
I just got to get one of those right, though.
Yeah, but so you got to go 5-2. And just to let you know, 5-2 is basically it's like going 5-2 on games.
Yeah, of course it is. You don't like Oklahoma and Dylan Gabriel?
I like Dylan Gabriel. I just don't know what to expect from Venables.
Well, I mean, if they beat Texas, they're one step closer to me winning this.
Okay, but Texas is one step further away.
Yeah, but I don't need
something's got to give there.
I only need one of the 2. That's why I sort of played the counterbalance there. I was coached up on that one.
Okay.
I thought.
Okay, you want to give me mine?
Yeah.
You want me to give you mine?
Yeah, go. You're shooting all over too, right?
I got all overs.
I got 3 overs
I
and 2
no
unders.
Yeah, is the layman way to play all the
well,
overs?
it's just it's more fun to play over.
It is. You're never out of an over. Well, in this case, you can be as soon as they lose 3 games.
But see, you're winning from the get-go on the under until you're not.
That's until you're not. Vegas loves you thinking this way, both of us. Alabama over 10.5. I mean, Alabama losing 2 regular season games.
It seems far-fetched.
Just seems far-fetched.
Yeah, really
Alabama
does.
over 10.5. Georgia also over 10.5. How's Georgia? With that schedule, Georgia's going to lose 2 regular season games? 2?
I thought about both of them.
Yep.
You know what I made a mistake doing here?
What's that, Jim?
I didn't make it down to the SEC part of my list. Those have been two good ones.
Play the teams you know a lot
got
about.
Kentucky.
Kentucky over 7.5. I do worry a touch about this one, but 7.5. I mean, Mark Stoops has got this program to where they're banging on 9 or 10 wins.
Well, I think they'd be disappointed going from 10 wins to 7 wins.
No doubt.
Especially with Will Levis.
But they just got to get 8, and they're halfway there where they're out of conference. They don't have a challenging out of conference. Their toughest game is Louisville.
I agree with Dunaway on Ohio State over 10.5. I know we just saw them lose 2 games last year, but how's this team going to lose 2 games, right? Michigan has done it once in 14 years. Do you think they're going to do it back-to-back years? So who else are they losing to in the regular season? Play Notre Dame out of conference?
Now, I spent about 3 minutes thinking about mine.
Oh, me too.
How did I not to see Alabama and Georgia on my list?
That is a great question. And I too have Utah. Again, if we think they're the best team in the Pac-12 and I'm getting it at 8.5, they've got to be over 8.5 if they're the best team in the Pac-12. I think they'll be undefeated going into that USC game. And I think that's going to be the quote-unquote Pac-12 game of the year. Game day is going to be there. Fox is going to have it in prime time, or ABC, whoever, and they are going to run USC off the field. And then I just cannot see them losing 2 games from there. So there you go.
So 3. The duplication we've got on all is Utah.
Yeah, everybody likes that.
And Kentucky.
Probably a good sign for
so
Vegas.
Probably Kentucky and Utah are going under because I have both of those. I've got NC State, as you do, over the 8.5. I just
need 2 more, baby.
I think the Wolfpack's really good. Then I've got a couple of unders. I've got Duke going under 3.5, Elko's first year. I think the ACC is getting much more difficult. And so I think Duke is screaming 2-10. And then I've got Michigan State under the 7.5. Kenneth Walker was such a part of that offense last year. And they won so many tight games, and I'm just not buying Michigan State again.
Let me pull up their schedule.
It does seem very
low for a $9 million coach.
Well, it does seem typical. You get the $9.5 million coming off that dream year to be very, very
7
flat.
5 or 6.
Yeah, they're out of conferences: Western Michigan, Akron, and at Washington. At Washington's game makes you think, but
Washington's is
I
not good right now.
I don't know what Washington is.
Yeah, I'd say that's
is Michigan State favored in that game? Is around a pick?
Yeah.
You think? Minnesota at home, at Maryland, and then the tough part: Ohio State, Wisconsin, and at Michigan in 3 consecutive weeks. Well, 4 weeks with a bye week in there. It's probably 3 L's for you right there if you're Michigan State. At Illinois, Rutgers, Indiana, at Penn State. I don't know, Lance.
Yeah, no, I like 7 and 5 there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I see 3 givens almost.
So those the over-under. You don't think I win is what you're telling me. You don't think I get 5?
I think you got a good shot because I feel really good about 4 of yours.
Ohio State, NC State, Kentucky, and Utah.
Yeah.
And I just got to.
All you got to do is win one of those 3.
Come on, Dylan Gabriel.
You are all in on this guy.
Boomer Sooner. Boomer Sooner. Boomer Sooner.
What are the lyrics to that song?
Boomer Sooner.
I'm surprised you didn't sing Oklahoma from the musical.
I'm doing a fight song, Brown.
Well, actually,
Sooner.
no, you're not. You're just saying Boomer Sooner. Boomer
Doesn't
Sooner.
your favorite country singer Garth Brooks have an Oklahoma song?
Ask me Sunday.
Nope.
Really?
He's got,
so it's just Louisiana.
He's got Callin' Baton Rouge.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Unanswered Prayer.
What has
Friends in
nothing
Low Places.
No, I'm
Unanswered
asking
Prayer
for-
has nothing to do with
Talking about
Olympics.
geography here.
Oh.
But in Unanswered Prayer, he's back at a high school football game. I've always viewed that summer as occurring in Oklahoma. That's always the way I've pictured
Well,
it.
he's from Oklahoma,
He
right?
is,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's got to have something about Oklahoma.
He's got something about Cheyenne. Something about Cheyenne.
Yep.
I still have Cheyenne or something like that.
If I ever make it to Cheyenne.
Is what it is?
Mm-hmm. Cheyenne's the name of the song.
I thought Cheyenne was the woman that was on the phone.
No.
I just thought Ann was really shy.
The beaches of Cheyenne is what you're thinking of with Garth Brooks. That's where the guy, spoiler alert, he gets killed in the rodeo and they still see his ghost on the beaches of Cheyenne. It's a good song.
I didn't know Cheyenne had a beach. Is that just
I think
the
it's
sand for
the dirt out on the rodeo circle?
Is it about Lane Frost?
I don't think so. I'm not certain about that.
Patrick, who goes to nothing but concerts, Beaches of Cheyenne.
Will y'all
that's
have your
what
lighters
Cheyenne-
up for Beaches of Cheyenne?
You know, I don't carry a lighter as I don't smoke.
People turn their flashlights on their cell phone on now. That's the new thing.
That's the dance.
By the way,
I'll actually take
back.
for that Beaches of Cheyenne. I'll take both boots off and hold them over my head.
Please do. We
Tribute.
love good advertising, right? Rocky, pull Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg's Bic display. This is incredible.
BICK
Yeah,
for those of you.
back to the lighter.
Heavy B.
Yeah.
Are you really wearing boots? Do you own boots?
I do not own boots.
He'll be going to
Yeah. Where are you going to buy them? Cavenders?
Cavenders I'm going to our place up in Coleman.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Go up there.
Luganville's place.
Yeah.
That's where I'm headed.
He loves his boots.
Yep.
Martha
Stewart, Snoop Dogg, Bic.
No, seriously. If we send Dunaway to Jack's Western Wear, all right, I'm willing to do this. Lance, are you in with me?
Y'all will pay for my.
If we pay, will you pay for a? If we call Jack's Western Wear today, what does it say? Easy reach, ultimate letter, perfect for candles and more.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty funny. I like it. And more. Rockstar.
Martha Stewart holding up okay.
Yeah, she is.
Can we?
By the way,
no, let's use the company card for this. Yeah. We send Dunaway. Would you do this if we send you to Jack's Western Wear in Coleman and outfit you head to toe
for the concert?
For the concert,
yes.
I mean, I'm talking cowboy hat, denim shirt,
Spurs,
and everything.
Wrangler jeans.
We'll take all the shit back once you
leave the tags on it.
I'm sorry, it didn't fit.
Yeah, but if we outfit you head to toe like you just walked off Yellowstone. Would you wear it to the concert?
Yes.
And you got to ride a horse.
And Maggie would love it. She could go home early because she would know.
Let me tell you,
once again,
Rockstar, with parking at Protective Stadium, riding the horse is the best way to go.
Just him tying a horse up at a parking meter.
I think it's a pretty good idea.
I wore the hat that I bought when I was drunk in Las Vegas one night to the car with LT when we were going somewhere. The first USFL game. And Maggie says, "Are you wearing that hat?"
Is it that little derby you got?
Yeah, the little fedora.
Yeah, fedora.
I was like, "Yeah," and she goes, "Good. I don't have to worry about anybody hitting on you tonight."
That's such a good line. No, we'll call Jax and say, "Just pick it out for Dunaway." Would you wear it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I know we're all over the place. One more thing, Rebel Wilson. Have you seen her lately?
She's lost a lot of weight.
From Wilson Phillips?
No. Fat Amy and Pitch Perfect.
That girl.
Blown away. And I guarantee you, because I had this conversation with somebody yesterday, she will get shamed for losing all this weight.
What?
She will?
Yeah. People are shaming Adele for losing weight.
Oh, that's silly. She wants to
real
lose
quickly
weight.
with the Rebel Wilson, and then we'll take a break. Couple more segments still to go. Back to SEC meetings down in Miramar Beach, the Destin, Panama City area down there, and a lot more. You got any pictures, Rockstar? Are you going to show us here?
That's her now.
Yep.
That is crazy, man.
It doesn't look like the same person.
No, it does not.
But probably because of the plastic surgery on the face, I think, more than anything else.
Maybe she's pretty young, though.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy transformation.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, back in a moment right here on the next round, including a little conversation about fact or fiction. I got a list for you next. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Lil Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Lil Sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Simpio bringing you this part of the show, 87 days away from week 0 of college football. You know, you look at the early Miami schedule, and you start to think, okay, that Miami game, who they play, Texas A&M?
Texas A&M week 3.
Yeah, cannot wait for that game. And they'll be unbeaten with Bethune-Cookman and Southern Miss before they get there. All of a sudden, that becomes a big, big game for Jimbo Fisher early on, doesn't it?
It really does. Can you imagine if Mario Cristobal wins that game? People will start to talk about Miami with Van Dyke. I mean, because if they beat A&M on the road, he's going to play extremely well.
But will there be more people talking about Miami being back or Jimbo Fisher not going to meet expectations?
That's a good question.
That becomes a hot seat situation for Jimbo.
It'll be a dual thing because losing to Miami before you hit the SEC schedule, it looks like another 4-loss season. And then on the other side, Miami looks like maybe a playoff contender.
Yeah. Simpio bringing you part of this show here.
Yeah, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. One of the first calls we made to Blake and the guys at Simpio, they take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or for more information, Simpio.com.
Are you surprised at the people who are pulling out of the NBA draft deadline tonight? You got Dylan Cardwell coming back to Auburn. That's not very surprising. Nope. He played in all 34 games, but he only averaged 11 minutes, 3 and 3. But Jacob Toppin coming back to Kentucky, not staying in. Does that surprise you?
I'm not surprised, nope. Remember, only 60 of these guys get drafted.
Yeah, some of the names that are still in there, of course, Drew Timme and Jalen Wilson of Kansas, Trevor Kills of Duke, Marcus Sasser of Houston, who was just so good, and others. They are still out there. And we'll find out if they stay in the draft. Deadline happening tonight for the NBA draft. I've got a fact or fiction here, but before we do that, can you sort of put in a nutshell what we've learned today from our guest and news that has happened and what's going on at the SEC meetings?
Basically, at the SEC meetings, a lot of the discussion has been about scheduling, and what the SEC wants is 9 games with 3 permanent opponents. I'm told right now that room is 7-7. And I think you can probably figure out the 7 that are no, the 7 that are yes. It's generally where you draw the dividing line between the haves and have-nots in the SEC. The have-nots don't want to make the schedule any more difficult than they have to. The haves are like, what do we care, right?
Right.
I am also told that no matter what happens, it's probably staying 8 until expansion of the playoff. That the expansion of the playoff will be the next step that will get it. Not necessarily Texas and Oklahoma coming to the league, though those might happen at the same time. But the expansion of the playoff is what will get the SEC off of 8 games.
Well, that gets us to the fact or fiction. That's my first fact or fiction. It's brought to you today by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama back in 1981. In fact, had to give them away on the Strip in Tuscaloosa for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop into one of those great locations of Baumhauer's Victory Grill and celebrate 40 years of incredible food with Bob Baumhauer.
The SEC will play a 9-game conference schedule before Oklahoma and Texas join the league.
I would say that is fiction, and I would have said fiction before somebody told me what they just told me about that. I think...
But you're saying it's tied to the playoffs, not necessarily
Well, that's
Oklahoma
what I'm being
Texas.
told now. I always thought it was being tied to Oklahoma, Texas. See, I mean, at bare minimum, and I'll bring this up again, you're going to have to eliminate divisions because if Oklahoma and Texas come, you're either going to have to move maybe Alabama and Auburn to the east or just eliminate divisions altogether. So they may take that step, keep an 8-game schedule, and then go to 9 games when the conference or when the playoff expands.
Yeah, I think this is 2024, so I would go fiction right now. I do want to circle back. If you had to put your life on the 7 that voted yes for 9 games, I'd like to see that.
I think I could get 5 or 6 of them. It's going to be that transfer spot that's
it'd be
tricky.
It'd be around Auburn and Tennessee.
I think Auburn would have voted yes. I think Tennessee would have voted yes. I think Missouri is going to be on your dividing line right there, I think.
Well, I put Missouri in the bottom.
Of the no's, yeah. But I'm going to say they're probably the first one I would say is a no.
I mean, Alabama, Georgia.
Alabama, Georgia said
Florida.
yes. Florida said yes. LSU said yes. Texas A&M said yes. I think Auburn and Tennessee said yes. That's 7.
So Ole Miss, Arkansas, Mississippi State, Kentucky.
See, Arkansas is one of those tricky ones. I don't know, but I would say they're probably a no.
And you'd say Ole Miss said no as well?
I do.
Okay. Texas and Oklahoma will one day in the future leave the SEC. Fact or fiction?
I would say fiction. I don't know where else you would go. Where would Texas and Oklahoma go where they're going to make more money? So I'd say fiction.
Yeah, I'd go fiction too, unless they're never going to disband the SEC. If we just get smaller and have eventually 60 teams, the SEC is still going to be a conference.
There's no concern about them joining the league, not having any deep roots of joining another league or starting another conference themselves, like they've done a couple of times in their history.
Yeah, I mean, it's just starting the conference themselves and then finding enough people to add to it to get the money that they need to match what they're making in the SEC would be tough in this marketplace.
That's why I'm surprised we haven't done the expanded playoff yet, because to me, if I'm the Big 12, I'm doing everything I can right now to go ahead and get a new playoff lined up and a long-term contract signed that includes me being a big fish in this pond, because without Texas and Oklahoma, I don't think I'm going to let the Big 12 sit at the table and have the same kind of power as everyone else has.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the Big 10 and the SEC or the power brokers, I still let the ACC, the Pac-12, and the Big 12 right now with Oklahoma and Texas, I'd let them have the same say. But when Oklahoma and Texas joins the SEC, I mean, I don't know if I look at the American and the Big 12 much different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I was the Big 12, I'd be saying, let's go ahead and expand these playoffs. You want 8? You want 12? Let's do it.
That's right. Just
let's
get us
sign
a
a new
place.
contract,
Yeah,
right? So we're getting the same power. NFL, Michael Thomas really hasn't played since week 1 of 2020 for the New Orleans Saints. Not at the OTAs. They don't expect him back. They expect him to be ready to go for camp when the official camp opens up. Michael Thomas never catches another NFL touchdown pass. Do you think he's going to shut this down?
That's fiction. No, I think he's going to be back. I think he's going to be healthy. And again, when you've got Chris Olave on the other side, they picked up Jarvis Landry. You got Kamara on that offense. Michael Thomas used to do it single-handedly.
Week 1 of 2020, though. We played a whole season of 2020, a whole season of 2021.
We saw Marshawn Lynch as a running back take time off, come back, and be productive. I just think Michael Thomas is going to come back. I think he's going to be motivated. He's finally got some other guys that take away from him. And this is a guy that led the league in receptions. Might have been an NFL record in 2019. I think it was.
Jameis Winston already off his injury, already at camp, working out in the OTAs. So it's good to have Jameis back out there for you Saint fans. So last one, fact or fiction today. Kentucky getting a couple of players back out of the NBA draft. Kentucky does win another national championship under John Calipari at some time, with John Calipari as the coach.
I'd play the odds are it won't happen. I mean, those things are hard to win, so I'd say fiction.
What's he have, 5 years left?
Maybe. And he's got one in, 12 years?
God, he's had some good teams over the last
few years. He really has, and hasn't won.
So hard to win, though.
Yeah. I'm going to go do you say he will?
I say he will.
I say that's
I'm going to go
fiction.
fact.
Oh, you think he will?
Yeah, I think he'll win one, too?
Yeah.
That's Fact or Fiction today, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Our final thoughts when we come back right here on The Next Round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Mortgage Right bringing us our final thoughts today. Great folks at Mortgage Right, man.
Yeah, hey, we all need a little help sometimes. Our friends at Mortgage Right, ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence with no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And some interesting stuff on television tonight. Lance will have a lock either on baseball or on hockey coming up a little bit later tonight. But if you're watching the Eastern Conference Finals, go tonight in the NHL Game 1 from Madison Square Garden, Lightning and the Rangers. If I had to make a bet, if LT was playing this game, I think he'll play under, which is probably like 4.5 goals.
It's 5.5.
5.5.
I played the side on this game.
Played a side on that, so he's got that coming up.
Nice pick.
At lanceslock.com. You also get the match tonight, Rodgers and Brady versus Mahomes and Allen, starting 5:30 on TNT. Braves and Diamondbacks go this afternoon at 2:40 on Bally's. Angels and Yankees tonight, FS1, 7 o'clock. Lance will have all your plays at lanceslock.com, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. If it's not running right, draining right, or flowing right, our friends at Hemphill will fix it right the first time, and they do it at a fair price. Adam and Chad, the folks you've trusted since 1954 for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It's our friends at Hemphill, 205-229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. All right, Forster has this is Mark Davis as a Lion. That's
man,
pretty
he looks
good.
a lot older without his bowl cut.
He really does.
He's got a bowl cut. He's got bangs, man. Look at that.
Now, if we take the Lion's face and put it on Mark Davis, no, but that is Mark Davis's haircut that the Lion naturally has in the wild. Great job by the photo department back there. It's almost like we're inside the NBA now. That's really an inside the NBA job there.
Let's do one with Lance, Jim, and Ryan going fishing.
Going fishing there. All right. Our final thoughts today as we get out of here, and we've had a lot of discussion about the SEC meetings going on. When it's all said and done, boy, when I hear Billy Napier talk about his time with Nick Saban as one of the most influential in his career, Kirby Smart saying the same thing, has the dust settled? Does Nick won this debate with Jimbo? Has Jimbo won this debate with Nick? Has it been no winners or no losers? Jimbo will be speaking again at 1:30. Do you think we'll see the same kind of anger and defiance from Jimbo in about 30 minutes?
I think by and large, when people don't know facts and arguments, they judge based on the way people present their side of the argument. And Nick Saban presented his in a very calm, thoughtful fashion. Right or wrong, that's how he presented it, whether you agree with him or not. Jimbo was fiery and banging the table. And I think by and large, people look at that and they generally side. If I don't know anything about the discussion and I don't have a side already, I'm generally going to side with the person that seemed thoughtful and calm, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot depends on how Jimbo responds today, and I expect him to be completely different 180.
Yeah, he's not going to be unhinged.
This is not going to be the ranting Jimbo Fisher we saw the day after.
Now, here's the rub. You had that media member that pressed Saban yesterday. Mm-hmm. If you have a couple that press Jimbo, he could lose composure, go off script, and then you never know what
I hope
happens.
the girl's still with him, Rockstar, so we can say what?
Shut up.
I got this. Go make a sandwich. I hope she's with him.
All right, that's in 30 minutes down in Miramar Beach, that Gulf Coast area down there. We had somebody that says it's not Destin, it's in Miramar Beach.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
it's Sandestin. Literally, it says Sandestin in the thing.
Is it?
Yes, it's at Sandestin.
It's down at Sandestin.
Sandestin. Who told you that it's Miramar Beach? Was that somebody in the
one of the people in our one of our great listeners?
Yeah.
Very close.
Used to be called what?
Burma.
Burma.
The country Burma. Now it's in Myanmar.
We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.